Hello, friends. Happy Sunday. How are we doing? Were you guys aware that I guess I don't think it's everywhere, but at least in the United States and possibly other places, that it's National Coffee Day? Did you know that? Boy, hello. How's the migraine? It's been okay. It's been okay. Yeah, I still even have like after effects occasionally, but nowhere near what it was. No, way better. You didn't even know it was. You don't even drink coffee? That's okay. But yeah, I had no idea till I went to get coffee. I was like, oh, well. Welcome in, everybody. Good to see you. Suki, hello. What's up, Heavy Metal? Welcome back, dude. SMH, Headhunter, hello. We're doing Phasmophobia today. Yeah. Go tell the husband. Do it. Do it. Duncan, if you're like a part of the loyalty program, which obviously doesn't cost anything, you just gain points and all that jazz, you get a free medium iced or hot. I was like, well, shit. I was going to get coffee anyway. And I asked my wife if she wanted coffee. And she was like, well, of course. And I went to go get hers. And I was like, 000. What? Oh, I love it. Oh, the iced coffee. Oh my God. The iced mocha from Dunkin'. I have yet to find somewhere match it. The one that is near me is so good. When I say the one that is near me is so good, what I mean is the Dunkin' that is near me, they make it right every single time. Every single time. Sounds like dad heaven. Oh no, dad, mom, college kid, you name it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's heaven for all of us. You don't have a Dunkin' where you live. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Dawn. Well, thank you for the subs, friend. Oh, I love lo-fi, but the cracking, like when there's lo-fi with cracking, I can't stand it. Good evening. Hi. Not seeing the hot ones behind me is strange. Yeah, I got to fill. Well, I guess I don't know if I necessarily need to fill that gap, but yeah, we paid our dues. We paid our dues, so we don't need to do it again. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the subs. Thank you so much. And you forced Twitch to give one, which is awesome. Charlene, hello. You have Tim Hortons. I don't have a Tim Hortons near me. Yeah. I do not have a Tim Hortons near me. Yo, thank you for the Prime. Yes, today is the day that my kids are going to pie me in the face. Yes. I figured we wouldn't do it immediately, so that way I'm just not covered in goo. But I'm not going to wait till the last second or anything. Yeah. Sam, thank you for the 3 months. Did I miss anything earlier, by the way? I did. Knife, thank you for the 13 months. Damn. A stack of tarot cards would look great in that gap. What? This big? Stack of tarot cards would be that big. Hi, Roxy. Oh, hey, how are you? I saw the video of your kiddo taking the steps, just very upset. Which, hey, listen, man, if it works, it works. Whatever. They're walking. That's what matters. Well, it's starting to anyway. She was pissed, right? But she used that anger to fuel her toesies going forward, and that's what matters. Juju, thank you for the biddy. I appreciate you. What the fuck was that? Tika! Oh my God. Hi, Tika. I feel like I just saw you. Tika, thank you for the subs. Oh my goodness. Yes. So we reached our monthly for kids pieing me in the face. So that's happening today. I don't know who's gonna do it, but I've got the tin. The whipped cream is in here. The whipped cream is in there. That scared me. I have a sheet underneath of me, so that way it won't get on the carpet, hopefully. And I have a towel for the chair. So hopefully we don't get, yeah. Yeah. Hi, BB. Good to see you. But yes, we are doing Phasmers today. Stop. Please fucking stop. Oh, nobody enjoys that. Nobody enjoys the cracking sounds of lo-fi like that. Nobody enjoys that. Thank you, Helmel. Thank you. Izu, hello. Hi, friend. Is the lo-fi too loud right now, or is it okay? Can we do chat as ears? Maybe. Maybe. I was going to do some leveling today. We could do a couple challenges. I thought it was your headphones. No, it's lo-fi. No, it's lo-fi. It's just the way that they do it, and I don't understand why. Yeah, I don't get it. Minnie, hello. Okay. So, if you missed it, I did post the latest video for Lockdown Protocol. It is nothing but me as a dissident, the entire video. So I compiled a couple of games together of me as the bad, because I thought that was probably some of the most entertaining. So yeah, we went with it. Have to check it out. You should. It's pretty funny. I mean, I show one of those, like, I put later text in the bottom left, and hold on, let me show you this. Because you're mean about it. No, I'm not. How dare, car. Listen, dude. Listen, dude. Cryptid, thank you for the gifted to Shirlene. Thank you so much. And Hutch, thank you for the 18. Oh my God. Das, thank you for the 4. What the? Ain't Lockdown Protocol Among Us, but a better version. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on what you like, but it is a first-person view for, like, Among Us. And you can't, like, someone asked that last stream. They said, can you report the body? I said, no. You have to stay alive and report it to somebody else.
How does Flash?
Hold on. This is literally the first few seconds of this game, which, I don't know. It tickled my soul. Where's it at? Right here. This right here. This is literally the first seconds of the video. Hold on. Why can't I hear it? Why have no sound? Oh, I see why. Because the source didn't change.
How does Flash keep getting all the weapons?
What is this happening right now? Are you guys okay? We are 4 seconds into the video. 4 seconds.
How does Flash keep getting all the weapons?
What is this happening right now? Are you guys okay?
It's okay. Yeah, I'm just as born to her, so I'm gonna kill her.
Trying to, like, rub each other's foreheads. It's okay. Just let it go. They'll eventually stop when they're tired. Yeah, so we get right into it. I didn't waste any time with that one because I thought it would be funnier to just go right into it. It's so funny, dude. Oh my God, Blondie, the game is just hilarious. Loving the new edit. Listen, it's just little things here or there. It's not even a lot. I didn't want to edit the games a bunch. Okay, let's open Farmer. Okay, we have had no new news for Phasmo, by the way. I paused it when you went live. Oh, thank you, friend. That was chaos. I know, but it was so funny. Guys, thank you for the hype train. We have 2 more streams. We have this one and the next one. That's it for the month. That's it. And then we out. This was not the free one. My wife's was the free one. I enjoy the funny moments kind of edits. A year back? Yeah.
Welcome back.
It's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of having the time to go through like a 4-hour VOD. To go through a 4-hour VOD to grab all the funny moments. That's really the main part of it. What's today's challenge? Well, there's no new challenge yet, Hunter. No. The new challenge... Hold on. The game hasn't switched over yet. I'm sorry. The new challenge... Oh. The new challenge doesn't reset for 6.5 hours. So whatever time that is for you, 6.5 hours. So primitive has been up for basically a week, and it changes obviously every week. Yeah. Yep. Charlene, my week has been good. How was yours? Captain, thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. I'm still trying to get used to my activity feeds being a little bit different. Yeah. Doctor, thank you for the bits. Ugh. I finished primitive and thought it changed. Oh, no, not yet. Nope, not yet. Leo, thank you for the 4 months. Hi. Hey, how are you? So Sundays are meant to be the chill days. It's not going to be extremely chill because the kids are going to pie me in the face later. But besides that, we usually just run through games. I go through the maps. I thought about changing it up a little bit and maybe making it a little bit not so comfy and doing like no evidence, no sanity on all the maps. But I don't know if I want to do that or if I just want to stick with just the nice, chill, hangout games where we can talk about stuff. Yeah. It's hard to decide what I want to do on Sundays sometimes. Does the kids each get their own pie? Well, I don't know if that'd be fair. I mean, I guess it would be fair for them. I don't know if it'd be fair for me. Why am I getting a pie in the face? I'm getting a pie in the face because of this. No evidence can be chill. Vocal, who hurt you? Random randoms. You know, I guess I always have higher hopes for random randoms. And when I do them, I'm always disappointed. I'm just always disappointed. But yeah, that's why we're getting pied in the face. That would be why. Gamer Wolf. You know, it's possible to come in and just say hi. Wait, what? That was the first alert. Wait, what? Oh, it was Twitch. One day I will. Hi, friend. Hi. Because it was 20, Twitch gifted 5 and it set off the 5 alert. I was so confused. Twitch. That's what it was. Now I got it. Coco, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. What's up, Ivy? So you guys tell me. Would you rather have a more chill sesh of nightmare games, maybe changing up a little bit here or there, or would you rather us do like no sanity, no evidence? What would you rather have? You guys tell me. I'm back and forth. I'm back and forth. We could always do a vote. Chill sounds fun. Yeah, the nice thing about chill is that we can talk about the games and the ghosts and the maps and different things. When it's zero evidence, zero sanity, it can't really do that. Is the VIP redeem missing? Is it? It shouldn't be. Isn't it? Isn't it on? Wait, did somebody redeem it earlier? If somebody redeemed it earlier, that would be why. Give the people what they want. All right, well, let's do a vote. Let's do a vote on what we're going to do today, whether it's going to be chill games or no sanity, no evidence. We'll do a vote. Mods, would you like me to do it, friends? I can, if you want me to. Random. Yeah, see, again, I like, it sounds so cool. And then when you do it, you're like, I guess it's because the factors that change are not that many. Yeah. Spicy Pam, hello. Oh, okay. So option 1 would be chill games, chill educational type games. I mean, the other would still be educational. Just I think it's a little bit further than some people probably want to be educated. But first one is chill games. Second one would be like zero sanity, zero evidence. See, there's a very mixed opinion right now of chill versus chaos. Roxy's always going to vote chaos, so it doesn't matter what it is. So we got to take that at face value. Don't you gross me. Hi, Morgan. Hey, how are you? So yeah, that's what we're trying to decide. Thank you. The poll is live. If you don't see it, refresh your stream. If you don't see it, refresh. And it should pop up in the top of your chat, whether on mobile or not. So you vote on what we're going to do today. Chill games or zero sanity, zero evidence. You guys chill. I mean, chill. You guys choose. Play high school too. I don't know. If we're doing 0 sanity, 0 evidence, my goal is going to be to do all the maps. Yeah. I'm going to. Shirley and I am today. Yeah, I am today, actually. The shirt finally arrived. It's so cozy. Let's go. Now, you said about the VIP redeem missing. I'm just very curious if somebody nabbed it and I didn't see it. Because it's usually a one-time a stream redeem, so it would I could see why it would turn off. But I'm not sure. Scarlett! Thank you for the 2-month prime. Appreciate you. I was going to do it, but it's gone. I got to check the redeems. I'll check the redeems. Make sure you vote. Chill games or 0 sanity, 0 evidence. I didn't see anyone redeem it today. I wonder why it turned off. Because it's like on my ATEM, it's on. Hold on. Oh, do you see it now? Oh, that was weird. You should be able to see it now. Now I do. That, yeah, I literally turned it off, turn it back on again. So freaking weird. Endless, hello. Got dental surgery Friday. I can't eat any solid or crunchy foods. Oh, Endless, I'm so sorry. I mean, there's still good foods that are not crunchy. Mashed potatoes are yum. I love me some mashed taters. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Sinister. Thank you for pointing it out, by the way. I don't understand why it did that, but all right, 0 sanity, 0 evidence. If we want to, we can always switch to some chill games later. Maybe after I get pie in the face. There we go. Thank you, Mayor. There you go, Sinister. I got you, homie. My entire family is praising me, though, because I chose local anesthetic and not general. Oh, so they just punched you in the face. That's usually what that means. They just punch you right in the mouth, and then they're like, all right, let's do it. Okay. Let's do the thing then. Well, I'm going to change the title because it is no longer comfy cozy. That went out the door. All right. Let me go here. Mouse, don't you do this to me. I don't know why you're changing. I don't know why you're doing that. I got to figure that out, dude. That was me, by the way. The DPI just keeps randomly set. I think it's based on apps. I think it's trying to change it based on the app for no reason. Oatmeal is what I ate when I had problems. Oh, I like oatmeal. My wife would lose her mind if she wasn't able to eat crunchy food, though. Starting the maps by order. I mean, it probably would just make sense to do it like this. To just go around town. Start here and just go what? I think that probably makes sense. I don't think we're going to try to do perfect games. I'm going to try to get ghosty and objectives. I think that's the idea. Especially for time's sake. Because we'll be here all day trying to do that. Started high school. I mean, I could go this. I do usually start here and go this way. I could start here and go this way. Gonna grab some snackies. No worries. Cryptid. Appreciate you, friend. Perfect games are fun, though. Are they? Like, who lied to you and said that they were? We don't need the bone from Sunny Meadows this time. No. What is the benefit? Like, again, we look at the benefit of it. If you were to just go into another game instead of trying to get the perfect game, especially on these large ass maps, just go into another game. I would just go into another game. You're going to save yourself time. You're going to get more money. The only thing the perfect game does is like nice little pat on the back. Like, hey, I did it. Yay, I did it. Yay. You know what? Fine. We'll start at high school today. Fine. All right. Let me do the ting. Once I do the ting, then I'll switch the game settings, and then we'll be ready to rock. Mine wasn't that bad. It was wisdom tooth extraction, but it was already kind of grown in, so the surgeon didn't need to cut into gums. Delish. Delish. High school's like a band-aid, rip it off. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking too. Chose local though because I'm absolutely terrified of being sedated. That's fair. I mean, totally fair. I understand. There. Hopefully that's connected because it should be. Save that guy. Save those settings. Go like a this. All right. Just want to make sure that everything is going, and then we'll get to trucking. Alrighty, ID. Okie dokie, okie dokie. One thing I don't see is the other side. Over there. I don't understand. Anyone curious what we're doing? We're doing 0 sanity, 0 evidence. All the maps today. All of them. Blablat, hello. I'm just trying to make sure that everything is hunky-dory. Ghost Huntress, what's up, dude? Cookie Cat, oh hey, how are ya? What's up? Bashu, hello. What's up, Joe Bod? Error, hello. It goes. Felicia, good afternoon. All right, I'm going to disconnect this and reconnect this because it's not showing up for me. What a goofball. Kazardoon, thank you for the 1 year. Let's try this again. Says it's connected. You currently don't. Yes, I do. It's a liar face. Yeah, I do. All right. Might have to make this work. Yo, what's up, Prince? Might just have to make this work. Heather, hello. What's up? How are you? Hey, how are you? What if I close the chat and reopen the chat? Classic, turn it off and turn it back on again. Maybe that'll do it. Maybe that'll do it. Okay, I think it actually worked. That's the stupidest thing in the world. Nightmare, hello. Don't close this. I have to. I'm sorry. Bashu, what's up, dude? Yeah, that worked. That's so dumb. Tech support, listen, it's the stupidest thing. You disconnect, reconnect, all that jazz, but you close the window, open the window, and it's like, okay, I'm good now. I'll work. Okay, so for these no sanity, no evidence games, we are going to do a reverse. I normally will start games where we do all the maps and go here and kind of go around. We're just going to do the one we don't want to do first and go here. So we're going to go here, go this away. We might skip restricted because that's basically the same thing as this, just cuts off a couple wings. So we might skip this because it's the same map. So we'll go this way, come that way, go all the way. We'll end at Tangle Street. So yeah, we're going to start on high school. I need custom preset. The way I do mine, I always do nightmare settings. I know some people don't. Some people like to do no sanity, no evidence, where they can see the activity board and things that I don't know. I just choose not to. Yeah. All right. So nightmare preset. Then we go down to ghosty, evidence given, zip, and then player sanity, none. I don't think I want to allow myself to gain sanity. I think I don't. Hey, calling to get help for the internet. They always get a pen and press the button. Oh, dude. Yeah, my local internet's not the most fun thing to deal with. But lately, it's not been the local internet that's been the problem. It's been the Twitch servers. Because I've done speed tests while I was having issues. And I was getting like a gig up and down. So, yeah. What's up, Super? Happy Sunday to you. Hello. Happy coffee day. Sandy pills are a great test for mayor. How so? I mean, I can think of a way that you could use sanity pills when you're testing for a mayor, but I want to make sure that you know what that is. Everywhere, Shirlene. Everywhere. Oh, we're doing solo. Oh, we're doing solo. We are doing solo. Don't you need sanity to test some ghosts on how they hunt? Well, you need... So, sanity affects a Moroi, right? But if you're stuck between a Moroi and a Thay, the Thay does not speed up with line of sight, and the Moroi does. So it'll get faster. That one won't. So that's a way you can test. Gustav, I am. Because you can take 3, stay in the light, and wait for hunt. Take 3 sanity? That'll put you at like 100. And it won't, and wait for hunt. It's not gonna hunt. A mare will hunt you. If the ghost is in the dark, it will hunt you at 60. If the ghost is in the light, it'll hunt you at 40. Yeah. Hi, Bar. Oh, hey, how are you? Comfy cozy? It was supposed to be, but it's really not. Yeah, it's really not. Okay. I mean, it's supposed to be 0 sanity, 0 evidence, so I don't think I'm going to allow myself to get sanity. I think that's the way that I want to do it. It feels more legit that way. And we have an 885 for doing it. So that works for me. Now the things that I do change, or that I want to change, that I think are super nice, beneficial. Let's do this. Let's do this. It's comfy cozy for us. I mean, I guess if you're not the one doing it, that makes sense. Getting some munchies? You're good, dude. Like actual munchies? Like there's a chips called munchies. Leo, thank you for the biddies. Hi, friend. All right, I'm going to do fuse box, start of contract. We want that on. It's basically my 1012. Should I just do my 1012? Nah. Sadly, ain't got none of those. They're really yummy. They're super good. Gonna have a cursed object? Tis the question. Tis the question. Do I do my 1012 or do I stick with this? Basically the nightmare, like basically my no evidence runs, but turn off sanity. Didn't know what was the rule? To not repeat yourself? I think one of the rules is not to spam. 1012. So here's my 1012 settings. I think that's what we do. I think that's what we do. 0 evidence. It's 0 sanity. There's no hiding places. Phasmophobia, what's up, dude? Good to see you. Hey, how are you? Cursed off? Yeah. No cursed. No cursed. Negative. Negative. Kenny, welcome in. So we'll do the 1012. That's cool with me. Okay, so we do have power. We don't have sanity. We don't have evidence. We have lights, normal speed. Ghost is normal speed. We can sprint. And we're going to work our way through all the maps. So we're going to do 1012 starting at high school and work our way all the way around town. So let's do it. Anonymous. Unless your name is actually an anonymous. The fuck, dude? Thank you for the subs. Why would you do that anonymously? I want to thank you. Maybe have curse for the large maps. Nah, I think we're going to stick with this. I'm going to make it nice and simple. It's my 10, 12, and do it on every map. So let's do the thing. Let's make sure that our items are where we want them to be. Some of them are not going to matter, but some of them are. Tripod really doesn't matter that much, but we're going to upgrade it anyway. I tried your 10, 12 the other day. I was too scared to leave the nursery. What do you mean? Come on, just leave it. You're fine. What's up, Arthur? Game's considered hiding, and then there's break line of sight hiding. If you just break line of sight, you can technically hide anywhere. Yeah, true. And there's some places where the ghost is less likely to path. So that's why we used things like the little table at the end of the hallway in Edgefield, because you can break line of sight, and the chances of the ghost pathing there are lower, but it still freaking does. Here, we'll even do upgraded sound sensors, because that could be useful, actually. Oh, let's see. Okay, sound sensor, tripod, incense is tier 1, which we dig. We dig. No munchies, dude. Just, you got to make it work, man. Cheese and crackers, or toast and bread. I don't know. Listen, you got to do what you got to do. All right, let's rock. I'm a little scared. This could take years. This could be fast. I don't know. We's about to find out. We's about to find out. Marmalade. Kirsch, thank you for the follows. Welcome in. Okay, good. Did Flash say toast? Yeah. What? Listen, dude, when you're on a budget and you need a snack, you do what you got to do. You make like little toast points or whatever the fuck. All right. No sanity, no evidence. Parabolic firelight incense. Our goal is going to be to get ghosty and objectives. We are not that stressed about getting a perfect game because we don't want this to take 15 years. And really, I mean, my personal opinion, I think the pride of getting a perfect game, sure, that's great and that's awesome. But I think that the amount of time you spend sometimes to get the perfect game, you could have just done another game and made more XP and more money. And you don't have to go spend an hour looking for a bone. Yeah. Perfect games only. Shut up, song. Okay, so we have 0 sanity, 0 evidence. So that means Ghosty is going to hunt basically right away. We do have power to start. I'm not even going to look through the cams in high school because that's borderline useless. The only one I care about is the lobby and the gym. If I see orbs, then it's GG's. But I don't see any. I don't see any. Okay, let's do that. All right. I'm not even going to spend time taking stuff to the door because we have no idea where the ghosty is yet. Mike! What's up, dude? Your instinct says you're A. Imagine I do this and it shuts the door on high school. That'd be the craziest shit. Actually, you know what? No. I do want to spend one. Want to spend at least one time. Let's go get a parabolic. This is high school. It's going to be far away. High school sounds like... High school shade sounds like a dream. Well, if you're Mike and you want the ghost to be somewhere, you want the ghost to be over here. Preferably up here because that's even further. Done the update with all the weekly stuff. Hey, let's go. Mike made very detailed lists of all the settings for the weeklies, so we'll be able to show that off tomorrow. Yeah. Mike is the one that makes all the ones that we show. So make sure that you guys go give him some love. What if the ghost could come from the truck? Then I guess I have a new friend. Oh, we'll bring you. You know, I need the parabolic anyway, so that's pretty rockin'. You will flick? Hey, don't flick. She's so young. Let's see. I don't have a headlamp on. Oh, whatever, it's fine. You piece of shit. It's already cut the power. We're going to wait here for a second. Either the ghost is literally here, or it stalked us, or it teleported on top of me and tried to hunt. So, Mike, correct me if I'm wrong here, but if it's a wraith, will a wraith teleport to you if you're outside of the map? Like, will it teleport to the closest point of you? Because the ghosties that stalk you will stalk to you if you're close enough to the door. Never did it for me. I didn't think so. I just curious. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so either. So, watching this, if Ghosty comes over here, now we also have to hope that it's going to blow out the firelight, which it might not do. Always had to step in, wait for the EMF, back out. Yeah. I could always bring an EMF over there. Hold on. I've had Wraith teleport as soon as I've walked in. Yeah, I'm really curious if we have a Wraith, which, like he was saying, the fact that it was right there. You know what? No, I want another one of these. The fact that it, out of all the places in this entire map, in the whole lobby that it could have been, it was within 4 meters of us when it hunted. Still has not done anything to that. I've been teleported on multiple times after walking in. Yeah. That's, I feel like what's about to happen. And we're just going to have to make a book for the library or something. KJ Valkyrie, thank you for the 4 months. Is that main entrance? What do you mean? I'm at the main entrance. I'm at the main entrance. Just got back from my weekend trip camping. Ooh, how was camping? Wait, did I put it? Oh, I think I already grabbed assault. Son of a bitch. Oh, you thought we were at the side entrance. No. We're at the main. I'm in the main lobby. Yeah, I did grab assault already. Son of a bitch. All right, I think what I'm going to do... here, I also have this now. But no, I'm not going to turn it on. It's fine. You think an Oni. Wait, why would you think an Oni? What about that said Oni? I have smudge. I have this. It's like, I think I just might go take off with this to the library. I'm not going to be able to see shit, but it could be worth it. Put your thing down, flip it, and reverse it. I hear nothing. Morgan? No, I really hear nothing. So this is what I see. This is what can make it a little better on you. I think it stopped. It did. We have some time. Onis are known to stalk their prey. No. Negative. Morgan, thank you for the gifted. Endless. What the fuck? You guys. That is my name, yes. Oh my god. Spicy. Thank you for the gifted. Where did it go? Again. It's done. Wait. Okay. Now we can see. If it was a lobby ghost, chance would have been about 30% that it was in your cruisy range. So not even that bad. No, that's really not that bad. But the fact that it's so far away. You know you have headgear. Yeah, I just didn't put it on. The fact that it's so far away and that it ate the crucifix, that just screams Wraith. Crazy. That son of a bitch tried to hunt us the second we walked in. Firelight and parabolic. Okay. I need another one. We need another. Normal ghost. It's a wraith. It didn't walk in the salt. We had multiple things of salt there that it did not walk in. Multiple. Hey, floating. How are you? 8-bit. Hello. Random ask question. Okay, give me the ask questions. Guess wrong. That's okay. Ask question. Yeah. Apparently there's an ask question to be had. I just don't know what it is. Parabolic and firelight. All right, let's do it. Skeet out, bot up? Yeah, maybe. All right, we're going to walk in with this guy. Just in case it does decide to do the ting. Could it be a Thay? No, Thay's walking. Wraith is the only ghost that doesn't walk in salt. Unless it's a mimic mimicking a wraith, yada, yada, yada. Well, fuck. Sold. Avora, hello. Am I crazy the ghost change models? I don't think so. I think it was the same. Pretty sure it was the same. Oh, did it get the fire? Oh no, it went out on its own. Son of a bitch. I think I have time. Self hero, hello, how are you? Call him Uncle Ted. Well, all the models have actual names. I check for mimic. The chances of this ghost being a mimic are very unlikely because multiple hunts. Every hunt that it has had, it has not walked in that salt. Oh, you motherfucker. Blow out the firelight, you nerd. That's lighting something on fire. That's the opposite of what I need. Hey, blow this out. Come on. Do the tag. Did you do the tag? Hey. Hey. Did it break the lights? It did, which is fine. It's a wraith, so I mean, it could teleport to us and blow that out, which would be stupendous. Oh, fucking hell. We want it over here. Don't want it directly on top of it. I can't hear shit. Oh my god. Missouri, thank you for the 13. I appreciate you. Cyan, thank you for the prime. Welcome in. And Neo, thank you for the 16. Jesus. That was close. Well, the whole reason for trying to get it to come over to me was that I knew that the chances of it walking all the way back in that corner were very low. But I had a firelight here and a firelight here. So better chances of it blowing it out if I get it to come over there. If it decided to path that way, well, I'm screwed. So, objectives. We got the ghosty. Let's rock. Let's rock. Holy, that could have been way worse. Way worse. Woo! That guy, Kyle. Thank you for the 3. What's up, Manny?
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Man. You walk in and you get hunted on. Directly on top of by a wraith. On high school. Whew. Yikes. High school intended? That's really funny, by the way you said that. Yes, it was intended. We were meant to play this. Hi, Neo. It was intentional. Yes, this was intentional. But look at that, though. Hey. There was no perfect game there. We didn't spend time going to the ghost room, getting the bone, putting down salt, taking photos, doing all that jazz. We didn't do any of that, and we still got 5,800. And then we just move on to the next one. Yeah. Then we just move on to the next one. Hold on. There was you should get a team and make a game like this. I'm not a game developer. I don't know shit about coding. I played a game. I did play a game. How could you? But on high school is the best part. I don't like you. I don't like you much at all. Jocelyn, thank you for the 5. My God. We are already on our way to a nasty soda. Okay. I have an ad break coming, and I think I might hit it now rather than later. I might be able to snooze it, and we might be able to I don't want to risk it. I don't want to risk it. I don't want to risk it. I don't want you guys to miss gameplay. The nice thing about running ads is that I can control them. So what I do is I do 3 minutes of ads every hour. So that way I can control when they happen, because if I don't run them and I'm in a map and you have pre-rolls, well, you might get hit the second I'm in a map. So if I can control it, if I'm not playing multiplayer, I usually do. So I do 3 minutes of ads every hour. It removes any pre-roll the second you walk in the stream. So that way you guys can just immediately have games. So I'm going to go ahead and run them now. And once the ads are done, we'll get back into the game. So if you're not subbed, if you don't have turbo, any of that, you're not going to miss anything. So we will wait for you. This is a good time to get a snack, stretch your legs, go potty, whatever order you choose. We'll be right back. Gio, thank you for the GG. What's up, dude? Agent, how are you? Jocelyn, I am good, friend. How are you? I'm doing well. Today was the day where my wife left me to go to a show. So she's at a concert right now. Look forward to the videos and the streams when I wake up. I appreciate you. Got caught up on so much schoolwork. I feel so accomplished. Nice. Which artist? She went to Merriweather to see a few of them. I know one of the artists, I think even the main, pulled out. I don't even remember who's going to be there. Honestly, I was like, that sounds fun. I don't think she knows I wouldn't want to go. And also we have stream and all that. So it's a good time. The kiddos keep themselves busy. Lacey, thank you for the follow. Rain, thank you for the 25. Hi, friend. Guys, go follow my amazing teammate. Make it rain. Such a homie. Such a homie. All the creativeness. Basically, all the creativeness of Midnight is just thrown into a package of Rain, and then we just try to steal from her at all times. What map do you feel is the worst trying to get a perfect game? High school. Is it the worst really to get a perfect game? Maybe not. Worst to get a perfect game. It's so situational because it really does depend on the objectives that you get. I think it very much so depends on what your objectives are. Depends on settings as well. Yeah. Because if you're walking at 50% speed with no sprint, are you going to choose a large map or a small map? Try the VR? I have. It's just been a while because it doesn't feel optimized. And every time I try to do VR, I feel like my PC is bleeding dry. So it just depends on what your objectives are. I think if you knew what objectives you were going to have, you would choose a map accordingly. Yeah. Flash trying to find the bone in Sunny. Listen, dude, listen. Listen, Anthony, welcome in. Rain, I hope you're having a good weekend, friend. Unless I get dots or event photo, I don't bother with the ones from a hunt. That's fair. That's fair. If you feel like it's a big old waste of time, that's the best part, is you playing the way you want to play. Get the ghosty right and zippity-doo-dah. Sunflower, hello. All right, 25 seconds. And we'll be ready to go to the next one. Looking for the bone on big maps isn't bad if you have the Ouija. True. Right. There's a lot of factors, but what if you don't have a cursed possession? What if you do? What if you don't have the Ouija board? What if you have the monkey paw? What if you have the music box, right? What map is next? Next on our list is Point Hope. We're doing reverse this time just to spice it up. So I started with high school, and we're going to go this way. We're going to go that way. Hey, Offcore, I appreciate you. Brucey. Get a new ghost type? I would love one. We haven't had one in 2 years. Sausage in the hole? Well, yeah. Can you make the same wish twice? No. So if you change the weather, you can't change the weather again. Whatever you changed it to, that's just what it is. The needs to be added? Wait, what do you mean needs to be added? Wait, added to what? Rain, it has been 2 years. It is, okay, just to give you a date, because I remember looking this up recently. The Moroi. Oh, ads are done. We're back. Good. The Moroi, the Dio, and the Thay were all added at the same time on the same update, June 10th, 2022. So it has been over 2 years since we've had a new Ghost. 2 years. And we get a new map every year. So this took a year to make. This took a year to make. I don't know. I don't know how long until there's supposed to be the next hint that we had about updates happening for maps. Grafton and Bleasdale are to get upgrades where they're redoing the entire map. I don't know if I agree with that decision because I really love Grafton and I think it's fine. Bleasdale too. Honestly, I don't look at these maps and think, God, they need to update them. I hate them. I think it's more from a asset standpoint and trying to make it feel more custom. So I don't know. There's another. Ooh, when do you think, Mike? Yeah, they took our chair away, kind of. Misha, I appreciate you. Yeah, they're fine. But I mean, do I disagree with updating them? No. Do I disagree the order at which maps are being upgraded? Yes. I think this is one of the most asset maps that ever did asset. So not changing this and making this more interesting and fun to play is kind of wild. Because it's the same shit. This map is everywhere. Maps got upgraded? Yeah. Yeah, Maple Lodge got upgraded, but it wasn't by choice. It was kind of by force. Until console's out, there's no way for ETA speculations. Fair. Yeah, Maple Lodge, what seemed to be a awesome, like good, great upgrade was, I think, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people agree, was a forced update because they would never get the old one on console. The old version of Maple Lodge had way too long of sight lines, so optimization was shit when they made that map, and they had to change it. So that's why it feels like a maze, and it feels like you're turning every 5 seconds because it drops your sight lines down. It doesn't take as much to render. So do I disagree with that change? No, I like Maple Lodge. I think Maple Lodge is a good map. It's fine by me. Like, I don't disagree. It makes it feel a lot larger. I mean, that's fine. But that's why that one was updated. These being updated, I'm excited for because they'll be really cool when they're done. But again, I think there's things that could have been done first. Maple was always laggy for me. Or fuck that. Don't even add a new map. Just fix the bugs. That'd be cool. Big boy, I see both, friend. There's no bugs. Bugs, never heard of her. Damn near killed. Yeah. Yeah. I think one of the biggest ones is I'm sure that there are plenty of people here that don't know that the crucifix getting eaten and the light shutting off is not supposed to happen. That has been going on for, I can't even tell you how long. Anyway, no sanity, no evidence, point hope. Let's go. You think they should add a new large map? No, I think they should add a new small map. They've already said it themselves that small maps are the most played maps. So why wouldn't you want to add another map to go in that rotation? If you add another large map, you're just adding another map that people are going to play less. So you want another small map that people add into their regular rotation. Nope, definitely not Ninja. Just reading the certain messages. Someone saying, hey, did you forget about me is kind of weird. Papa Smurf, hello. Hi, friend. But Flash, that's Point Hope. Not according to them. According to them, this is not a small map, so I would love a small map. Wish we could play as Ghost in multiplayer. Never going to happen. Never going to happen. It turns this game into PvP. They don't want to do it. And I agree with them. I don't think they should. I don't think that they should. How are the ghosties? Okay. We had a Wraith on high school that landed right on top of me. Like, as in, like, I walked in the map and it hunted me immediately, but it ate the crucifix, so that was kind of cool. Yeah. Can you comment about the Moroi? Like news style? Hey, can you give us a comment about the Moroi? Yeah, they're pretty cool. All right, let's get a smudge, get this, get this. I'm going to do one trek back to the map. I mean, trek back to the truck. Thank you, Song. Boom. He's He's always jealous. Jealous of what? What just happened? Did Sarash make some mean comment? Sarash, I feel like every time you're not here, I get a mayor. Airport terminal. I would love to see the list of maps that they have in mind. Like when they asked for people's ideas about maps, they took ideas and I know that they're looking at them. I would love to see which ones they've taken because we don't know. We don't know. What up, Ella? Do you know this map? Point Hope? I don't know. Do you? It's been out for a little bit. Not a crazy amount of time, but it's been out for a little bit. Never get a Jin or a Hantu, but the game loves giving me mimics. I love mimics. Funny enough, my new ghost is a Raiju. I don't know how the hell that happened. It was a Yurei and a demon. Yeah. Graveyard be cool. That would be kind of rad. I wouldn't mind it. I know that Demonologist just did a funeral parlor, which technically speaking, I watched someone play that map, by the way. So if you've ever played Ghost Watchers, it's that same asset house where it's the first map you walk into where you walk in the front, but on Demonologist, they have you coming into the back of the house, I guess to make it not feel the same, but really you're walking into the kitchen, which is weird. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I got nothing. I just work here. Okay, let's go. Yep. Northern, hello. Daffodil, hello. Wish you lived in a lighthouse. I don't. Never had a single good thing about what the, never hear a single good things about what those devs do ever. Yeah. Yeah, they're just, I don't know. The content chat in that Discord has been dead for months and months and months because no one really gives a shit anymore. Because they lost faith in what they do and they backtalk anyone that tries to question what they do. And their way of solving problems of adding hiding to the game when they said they weren't going to add hiding, but then the community hated it and they added hiding, was putting a fucking closet in every map. The same movable closet they put in every single map. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah, I almost responded to their tweet about the new map saying like, oh, you mean this one? And then posting the asset house because I found it on fucking Unity. All right. We have this. If Ghosty hunts us, we have no hiding. So this should be spicy. That would have been hilarious. I should have done it. I mean, that way people know like, hey, if you guys played Ghost Watchers, you've played this map before. Don't act like it's new because it's not. But you're in a game that's in 1.0, a game that's in full release, and you're releasing asset house. Fucking wild. Wild. Why are you 1.0? Because they told us we should. It's absurd. Fucking agreed. I'm beyond disappointed in that game. Breakers here. Pog. Sausage. Roger that. I'm gonna wait for a hunt. Prince Nude, thank you. What's up, Franny? The VR again. Yeah, it's like I was saying earlier. The problem with the VR for me is that it's just been very, very laggy, very buggy. Oh, it was hunting. Oh, shit. Okay. All right, homie is way, way, way up there then. Random foghorn. They have sounds that are kind of like it, but it's not very loud. It's not extremely loud. Having fun with Brucey. Leave our Brucey alone, damn it. What's up, Ed? Oh, that was the front door. Oh, jeez. I thought that was the cigar box. I was like, how do I hear that from here? We're fine. All is well. We'll move up floor by floor, I think. forget Bruce. I won't. I won't. Where's the sausage? Oh, there's so many. You have 2 here. I'm stuck on the chair. Oh, fuck my life. And 2 right there. So if you're playing a 4-player game, everybody can play Sausage in the Hole. And if you've never played Sausage in the Hole, what are you doing with your life? Yeah, you keep it. Yo, chill. You chill. I'll tell you what games to play. I think we would have heard it if it was here. So far, Ghosty has yet to stalk us. I don't want to chill. I don't want to chill either. All right, let's take... Is it there? I was going to say, well, of course I am. All right, not hunting. Nonners, what's up? Unfortunately, this is a tier 2, so I'm not going to be able to hear through the floor. Unfortunate. Crunch. One up, step by step. Step by step. Play some pool with a friend. Well, that sounds fun. I used to love going to the pool hall. We had one close to us, and then they got rid of it and turned it into like a Tractor Supply bullshit. Oh, I never turned that off. Oh, fucking life. Sorry. I had that filter on so you guys could see better in high school. My bad. It's probably okay in the darker areas, but in the brighter areas, it's probably a little bright. Yeah, I have a filter just so you guys can see a little better at times. On my screen, I can't. On my screen, it's this. That's what OBS would be. That's what I would be. Yeah. What do I think about tier 4 items in Phasmo? No. No. That would be too much. We don't need more items. That's the last thing that we need right now. Another set of items. All right. Bro, you must be all the way upstairs. Nothing has moved here. What's up, Blue? Nothing has moved. Don't think it's worth prestiging at all? No, not right now. It's definitely not. Kind of forgot you're on Nightmare. I'm not on Nightmare. What do you mean? I'm not. There's no sanity, no evidence. Saw Case play Phaz. Yeah, he played with Jinxie and Sketch. Remember to save Bruce. I will. Relax. It was so bad. Wait, what was so bad? It's playing hide and seek with us, yes. Do you realize Case plays Phaz too? He played for a day. Yeah. They got together. I know somebody. All right. Somebody put a video together, a compilation of all their point of views. We're just going up floor by floor. Floor by floor. Here, ghosting. Kind of crazy we haven't heard it yet. Wish they added a weekly challenge where you play on Point Hope. There is one. I don't remember which one it is, but I'd have to go back through my weeklies. There is one. Put salt on the floor? It hasn't stalked us. I don't think this is a wraith. There's 2 on Point Hope. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the follow. Abby, appreciate you. The lights are going to turn out and we're not going to hear it. What if it's like going up outside? And that's why we can't hear it. An idea for another cursed item being a pocket watch, 3 buttons, 1 reverse time by 10 seconds, start a cursed hunt. Clock counts down. I don't know. That might be too much for them. I don't see them doing something like that. I like the idea of something like that. The idea of something like that's pretty cool. Don't get me wrong. I love the idea of time travel and whatnot. Oh God, son of a bitch. Bruce has been moved. Who was that? Who was that? Alias. Thank you for the subs. Mom, thank you for the lurk. You're gonna start playing the game soon for the first time? Hope you enjoy it, man. Do I hear it? I do. Such a norm. Probably Goryo. It keeps touching the locker. You hear that? Interesting. Okay. Spicy. All right, Bruce, I'll be back, okay? You stay strong. You stay strong, little one. Ronan, thank you for the prime. Cal, thank you. Welcome in. Is it here or there? Not a rev? No. It's up there. Okay. Alyssa, hey, how are ya? Can it be a miling? I mean, technically, yes, but it's, I don't know. I don't think it's been that quiet. Where's the other crucie? Shit. I'm good. Did it change forms? I don't think so. Put it somewhere in the back of the room. Yeah, I just couldn't see it on the floor. Careful, SpongeBob. Yeah, she is not leaving that area, dude. She is not leaving that area. Alyssa! Thank you, friendo. There it is. Mother effer. Eee. Eee. Oh, shit. All right. What do we got? They want ribs. Sorry. Should they make the glow stick a tier 3? No. No, it's not strong enough. Sounds like Chiba drumming. Quiet, Chiba. Fancy, thank you for the biddies. You heard it too. Drum roll, please. You're not hunting. I would see lights flickering. What are you doing? What is that sound? What is it touching up there? It's hunting. Oh, it's the door. Oh. There we go. So this bish is all the way up. It would be too. So it is not here. It is right here. I don't even know how to do this. Yep, there's my temps. What the fuck? Sure. I'm gonna die. Oh shit. What the fuck? How did she avoid it? Thank you for the biddies, guys. What the hell? How? I hate you. Where's she going? She's up there taking in the view. God damn it, Grandma. So she dodged this. Maybe it's... Hold on. Okay, thought. I might die. Science. Okay. Can she spawn out here? Or can she only spawn in here? It's so quiet. Both? Fuck. That means she could spawn over there. Alyssa, thank you. Gaming, hello. Run. No, this is my poor man Onryo test right now. If it spawns behind me and goes to the right, it's going to scare the shit out of me, though. So here's the next question. This is considered one room, yes? here and outside. Balcony is technically a different room. Ooh. Okay. Are you a fucking shade? Hold on. Is this a shade? By the way, I have not smudged. Oh no, Steve's pretty shady. No, Grandma, no. Bruce. Did you see her walking around? God damn it, Grandma. There's no candles up there. Fuck. Yeah, I've had to move floor to floor to floor to try and get this piece of crap. I think it's a shade. Right, Bruce? Bruce gets it. You know what? We're going to leave that there. God damn it. I think it's a shade. Sent Sarasha screenshot? Oh god, of what? Time to go play some more beginner games until I get good. Hey, dude, that's all part of the process. The more you play, the better you'll get. Having some nice conversations with Bruce. Yeah, it's my new podcast. It's called So, what do you think about global warming? Oh. It'd be cool if the devs made plushies of Bruce and the Bird. I would love it. I would love it. The closest thing that we have to that is I have merch that has a plushies attack shirt that's of this map during the Easter egg, where it has Voodoo Doll, so it has Frank, it has Bruce, it has Perry the Pirate, Perry the Parrot, and it has Toe, the other plushie from from Maple Lodge. Yeah. Okay. Still waiting on FlashForce lingerie. It's in testing right now. Yeah. Yeah. We've been getting complaints about the smell, so we're trying to figure it out. All right, I've got those two at the door. I'm going to grab another smudge, even though I don't think we're necessarily going to need it. Motion repel firelight. So we're just going to keep on trucking. Okay. I mean, technically, I could get almost all of these in a shot. But, oh, we're not playing viewer games, Chip. Yep. If I ever am, I usually have it in the title. But it usually happens at the end of the month if we reach certain goals, but we have already done our community games. Yeah. So technically, today, the kids get to pie me in the face. What am I drinking? I'm drinking Dunkin'. It's National Coffee Day. Good girl goes, hello. Dunkin' Celsius? No. Oh, that'd be gross. Ugh. Can you get a coffee? Yes, you can get it if you're part of the loyalty program, the free program where you get points and all that jazz. You get a free medium. Do it. I don't know if it's limited to a certain amount of time, but do it. Oh, it got the power. What a nerd. Ayo, yeah. So I mean, mine was a large, so I had to pay for mine. But my wife wanted one, so hers was free. Cries in Europe. I'm sorry. What does that sound like? Come on. Time to go to bed. No worries, Vashu. Have a good one. Black. Oh, with cream. Yeah, I can't do just black coffee. Okay. For now, we'll move it up again in a second. So I can get this. And I threw a smudge right there. What's the weather in my country? Well, it's very different across the country. Thank you, Chip. Thank you, Alyssa. Thank you, friendos. Don't have to worry about sanity drain. Exactly. So whatever you say is probably accurate somewhere. Yeah. I mean, at least near me. Yeah. Weather's like a little muggy. Not too bad. Nothing too crazy. I think the temperature wise, it's like 75 Fahrenheit. I'd be dead going up this down the stairs like that. Oh, for sure. Oh, same. That's why we play games like this, so we can pretend like we have actual IRL stamina. I would hope Fahrenheit. I say Fahrenheit because there are people that are here that don't measure temperature in Fahrenheit when it comes to weather. So I say that. 75 Celsius is dead. Not if I stay inside. 67 for you? Ooh, that's nice. A nice 65 is just gold. I'm doing this to see when the ghosty hunts, by the way. You mean there are people who don't use freedom units? Come on. God, I'm going, like, we're going to go shade and it's going to be wrong. Pizza or pasta? Why do you have to choose? Fall's better weather. 1,000,000%. I love fall. Fortunately, I got to head to work, so no worries. Cosmic, good to see you. There we go. Jesus. It sounds very close. I think it moved. Pasta on pizza? Hey-o. Hey-yo. Cuddle season? Wabbit season. All right, Firelight is still lit. It has not gone through the motion sensor. What the fuck? Alec, hello. I hear her up there messing with the door. Bedtime soon. Have a good one, Mike. Appreciate you, friend. I will more than likely see you tomorrow morning. Mike, for me, streams very early, but he streams long enough to where I can catch his streams for at least a little bit. Granny. She just stopped, didn't she? What a nerd. What a nerd. Hey, I think she blew that out. Let's go. She sure did. Here, I'll light it up for you again. For funsies. Alright, now we need to repel. She'll definitely hit the motion. We'll get the repel. What graphics card do I have, bro? Do exclamation point specs, bro. If this isn't a Gorio or a shade, then I'm surprised. Yeah, I'm really thinking it's a shade because it wasn't hunting while we were in the room. It hunted when we left. Twice. But then Gorio is super sus, correct, because it really doesn't feel like it's left its area. A shy demon? Oh. You know, I did see a clip recently. One of the other partners posted a clip of them having, they were in a multiplayer lobby. They had a Yurei door slam and it was a Hantu. And it's because there's like some weird desync. All right, we have double smudge. Grandmama. Hey. Good grief. Why would you come in here yelling? You trying to give me a heart attack, young lady? Yeah. Yeah. A little bit. Shortly. Soon, okay? You cool with that? Okay. Thank you, my dear. It's still in the same area. It's still in the same area. She really came to scare you half today. Yeah. Yeah. Yet if I ever try to scare her, she yells at me. She yells at me. Don't scare me. You know, I don't like that. I'm like, okay. Comes in here with a jump scare. I'm gonna hit her with a pie. I'm gonna fill that thing with whipped cream and smack her. No, she would never forgive me. She would never forgive me. She would tell it for years to come. Did you ever do a setup tour? No, because there really is no need for one. What you see is what you get. I've posted photos before inside of the Discord though. Dude, she is spawning in the same place. God, are you a Gorio? But it doesn't make any sense. Jesus Christ. I hope that landed. It did. Cool. Kiddo's the master at hiding around corners. Oh my God. So the question is this a shade or is this a Gorio, we think? Hey, Captain. Good to see you. It hasn't left the area, which is making us very sus of a Gorio. Maybe the whole it not hunting us thing. Maybe the whole it not hunting us thing when we were inside that room was just coincidence. I do, noob. I'm not going to be able to answer every single message that's sent in every platform there, bud. I try to. Leaning shade. Shy overall. That's what I was originally thinking, but... I mean, would it still be in the same room? The sound... I don't know. It sounded like a clock being winded up behind me. Look, it's still in the same place. If I test it again, this could be the end of us. No orb. It's very unlikely that it would be a mimic. Very unlikely. Got some vanilla ice cream. Nice. I have one smudge on me. I have one. All right. So I'm almost certain that the crucifixes have been X-nayed. I imagine both have been double eaten. Yes, yes. Okay, so this is a risk for the bisque. If it hunts on top of us, well, we gotta run. What happened, Song? I'm not gonna be able to hear it too. It's gonna like spawn right next to me and I'm not gonna hear it. I'm gonna die. Can she see me? Nothing. Person complaining you're not responding, asking a single question, which was easily answered here. Oh, you mean the one that I told them the command they should say and never said, and then said, why don't I respond to people on YouTube? Got it. Roger that. I didn't hear you. Well, that's why when you ask a question, you usually listen. Okay. This might be our demise. This might be our demise. I've got to try it from here. Very dad response. Well, when I get a kid answer, I'm going to answer with a dad response. Okay. So this is going to be so unfortunate. I'm really not completely sure. I don't know. The problem with this is that I think each time it spawned, it has not spawned next to me. It's spawned in the opposite side, so it still could be a shade. But the fact is that it's still up there. So I'm leaning Goryo. I'm leaning Goryo. I know what this is. Shut up, Siraj. You shut your lips. We're going to go for it. And this is a medium. Wait, no, this is a small map, right? This is a small map. Okay. I mean, it's not another room where it spawned right now. Well, the upstairs, the balcony, and the inside are 2 different rooms. You son of a bitch. Oh, what a weenie. What a weenie. LL. Thank you, friend. Appreciate it. Welcome. Podcast with Bruce. Oh, yeah. Hey, Bruce. I don't understand what universe is considered small. I don't know. I don't know. 10 floors, 16 different rooms to go from top to bottom and again. Is there a reason the sky has a butthole? And to go from top to bottom over and over and over again is just forever. Well, I hope it's a Goryo. I sure hope it is. The eye of the universe. Skeet up, butt up. Have you checked your sky hole? Skeet up, butt up. All right, we're hopeful. It could technically still be a shade. Yes.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
It never left the room. How long? Or it was the shittiest RNG ever and it went back and forth, back and forth. Nope. How long was this? 41 minutes in this map. Favorite room changes. Okay. And then if you bring something like that up and you're like, dude, that doesn't seem right. That makes no sense. Shades are shy, yes, but it will still change its favorite room when you have no sanity over time. But if you bring that up, it's going to be like, well, that's RNG. What was the favorite room? I'm fairly certain upstairs inside was the favorite room. So if you look at the map of Point Hope and you look all the way at the top, the outside balcony is a separate space and the inside's a separate space. The inside, I think, was the favorite room. Should have had at least one. Stupid. Stupid. Well, you know, we're not going to get them all. That's fine. On to the next one. Whatever. Back from eating. I hope the food was good. Vibes, welcome in. All right. Same thing on Bleasdale. Yeah. Point Hope is effed. Point Hope is effed. There's a whole mechanic for how it changes, but yes, that's crazy. Yeah, 40 minutes. No favorite room changes. I feel like I had that on that same map with a Banshee before, where I had a Banshee that never changed its favorite room over the entirety of the map, and it was a really long time. Yeah, stupid. Stupid. When are we getting pie-faced? Probably in a bit soon. I'm not waiting to the end of stream, but maybe after this one I will. Because you have to think, when I get hit, then I've got to clean up as much as I can. Yeah. So we'll see. We will see. Keith, parabolic, crucifix, and repel. Let's do the ting. Bleasdale. Not eating the pie? No. No. If you'd like to order yourself a pie to eat, you're more than welcome. But this one will not be full of things because that would be a waste. A cutie pie? Sure. Whole flow chart about how it chooses the room, the percent chance, and the requirements. The dev said it was inside information, even though he got it directly from the... Yeah. 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 Landers, welcome in. Yeah, I don't know. I got nothing. Anyway, moving on. Parabolic crucifix repel. So we'll bring another crucifix. Another smidge. Yep. Haven't played Phas in so long. Can you tell technically 4 things now? Yep. As long as one of those other things is a igniter or a lighter. So we have that. We've got a smudge. We've got this. I don't have a headlamp on, so we'll go back to the truck one more time and we'll be good. You like this map? I don't mind it. I mean, I like Grafton more, but I definitely don't mind it. Okay. for funsies. We'll bring a couple of these things. Graphite. Yeah, like we were saying earlier, I mean, I'm excited to see the revamps of these, but I don't look at these maps, Grafton and Bleasdale, and think, God, I really wish that they redid these. No, there's other maps that I wish that they redid. Or just make another one. Yeah. Okay. This guy, that guy. Okay. I think we're good to go. And then the smudge is after. Let's rock. Farmhouses are always fun to play. Agreed. It's so dark on Grafton. It's pretty dark everywhere. There we go. So Ghosty's upstairs from what we can tell. Or not. Why'd they remove Asylum? They removed Asylum because everyone complained about it. It was extremely repetitive. Okay. It's fast? No, seemed pretty normal. Seemed pretty normal. I liked Asylum, but the map was huge. Oh, it was. But I mean, if you're going to remove Asylum, you might as well remove High School. Because if you say that map sucked because it was super repetitive, so is High School. Same, literally the same thing. I think he went back upstairs. Dragon, hello. Don't you remember Asylum at this point? It was fine. A lot of people, again, were just hesitant because of how large the map was, and they would get lost really easily. But the more you play, the better it gets. How's Steve? Steve's good. Fucking okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Cruci, parabolic, and repel. So we need a parabolic. Let's go get it. Wraith, maybe? Seeing as how it walked past two things assault and didn't walk in them, I'd say the chances are pretty high. Your favorite map is Point Hope, which seems to be an unpopular opinion. Point Hope is a good map. It's just not one that I am eager to play all the time. That's all. I'm not itching to play Point Hope all the time. And that's what you want. You want a map that, like, you want a map that makes you want to play it all the time. Point Hope is not that map for me. It's good. I just, nah. It's a really good map. I love how custom it is. I think it's a super great map. Is it one that I'm like, I'm going to play every single time? No. Absolutely not. All right, Ghost. With the most, actually, you know what? Hold on. Give me you. Give me you. I feel like you play on Point Hope a lot, though. Yeah, we try to just keep it in the rotation so that way different maps are being played. Yeah. That's all. We need that guy. We need that guy. We're gonna do that guy. We don't want Ghosty to get us just yet. It needs to eat a crucifix, though. Put it here. Hey, what's up, Nikki? Just got off work. How was? Graham, thank you for the follow. What's up, Sold? Bree, hello. But yeah, maps like Willow and Tanglewood, you love playing them because they're smaller. You know the map super well. It just has a good flow about the map. Okay, so it's upstairs, I think, in the hallway. Don't come down. No, don't. Just stay up there. You son of a bitch. Oh, I put the yellow cup there so that way I could see where the crucifix was. Why is it whispering like that? Because it's a creep. It's in here. I think it's in there. Look at all this shit. Okay, dude. Leave it on. Fart on me. There. Alright, we just need a crucifix. Rude stinker. RHD, hello. Alyssa, thank you, friend. Oh my goodness. Stinky's playing hide and seek, yeah. That's what we're trying to play. I snoozed him. I snoozed him. Need the bone? No. How rude. Eat the crucifix, you nerd. How's Point Hope? Could have been better. I had a ghost over 40 minutes that never changed rooms. And it wasn't a Goryo. Gabriel, hello. Come on, we know you want to eat it. It's a super good cookie. There is no cursed. Check. How? This sack of turds. So, hold on. Oh, you son of a bitch. You're not out here. Well, you weren't. I could try my luck here, I guess. Here, F it, we'll try that. Apex, thank you for the 7 months. Was that from the bathroom again? Is it like officially moved? I think it might have moved. Just eat the num-nums, please. If it's... Here's the thing. If it is a wraith, it can absolutely just teleport to us. But the thing is, I think it's hunted from in there twice. So we're gonna X-nay. We're gonna try that. We're gonna try that. Bye, headhunter. Jocelyn, don't you... I just needed to eat a crucifix. That's it. Finally. Bye, nerd. I see it Inside Out too. I have. I've seen it in theaters. All right, Crucibite, all the objectives. Go sit in, walk in the salt. Goodbye. 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 Goodbye.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Rafe. There it is. Bug. Did it change rooms? Oh, this one I would almost guarantee it. But yeah, 3 times. Yeah, it did. It did. Oh, okay. Please, Dale. Done. Next. Sunny Meadows. Sunny Meadows. All right. So I need to decide about the pie thing. If I wait until later or if I do it now. If I do it now, then there's going to be a big delay because I have to clean it up. That's the only problem. 2 wraiths in a shade. Ghost really liked me. It did. Gotta run to the store. No worries. We ain't going anywhere. We ain't going anywhere. Please do small maps. We're doing every map, YT. Make sure to post it. I'm sure it will be. Surely. I'm sure it will be. Lovely. Thank you for the gifted. Thank you for gifting a sub, friend. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Still watch it, but watch it somewhere. Yeah, I mean, the VOD will always post. If anything, if all else fails. Any secret stuff that's changed? Secret stuff? No, not really. Not really. It's all hello. Yeah. So the question is, I have ads coming too, so we can talk about it during the ads as well. Whether we do the pie now, I get them now, and then there's a big delay because I'm gonna have to clean that crap up, or if I wait until maybe closer to the end. Yeah. Ashley, the games have been good. We've only had one stinky. You want to poll? Yeah. Yeah, if we could, Mayor. That'd probably be best. Molo! Thank you for the 17. Hello. All right, ads are about to start, by the way. Ads are about to hit. So 3 minutes every hour, so that way you guys don't get pre-rolls. We're not going to go into the next map until they are done. So once they do hit, we will wait. We will wait. So right now, though, in the chat, you need to decide if we're going to do this now or later. If we do it now, I do it now, have to clean it up now, and then you guys have to wait until the cleanup is done, and then we continue. Or we just play through it all, I get hit, and then we basically are at the end of stream. So I was going to do it sooner rather than later, just so that way we could knock it out, but I realized that that might not be the best option for time. And ads are going to start eventually. One of these days, Alice, one of these days. Mike knows the guy who did the announcement. He's had things recorded. Yeah. Yeah. Mike has the van guy. He's got the van guy alerts. In full screen. No, Zeph, I can't. No, but I'm in multiple places where you can, though. Yeah. All right. Ads are playing. Ads are playing. Did the Halloween merch drop yet? No, we're still working on it. No, we are still working on it, friend. Hey, Sissy, how are you? Guesses wait till later. Yeah, probably. Yeah, for the sake of time, it would probably be better. It's not me that far away. I mean, it's already 3:20. No, you didn't miss it. You're good. No, we'll wait. We'll wait till closer to the end. Yep, and then I'll get them in here, and then they can hit me, and yeah, then we can call it a day. Should be a blast. A teaser of the Halloween merch? I don't see, to respect the artist, I don't know if they would want me to do that. Because we have, you know, I could tell you what the idea is, or the theme of it is, instead of showing like actual drawings. Sounds good. Yeah. Yeah. It's just easier for me, for my computer and all that jazz. Ghost gambling? No. Fighting major allergies? Oh my. Oh, thank you, Sissy. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I feel that. I'm not having them this second, but I also get hit by allergies. I mean, you guys see me hacking and blowing my nose here. So I feel you, friend. I hope that you get some relief. Spoilers? So the theme for this Halloween merch is going to be zombie. Zombies. That's the theme for this one. No, I have not. Are you allergic to pie? No. No, thank God, because I love pie. Pixel Man, thank you, friend, for the blurb. Last year, if you didn't get that merch, that was we did a Headless Horseman shirt where it was me basically with a pumpkin head. But this year I wanted to do zombies, and the reason I want to do a zombie this year is because my favorite horror movie is Return of the Living Dead. And I thought it'd be really cool to do something around that theme. So, yeah. Kind of pie. So it's not going to actually be full of pie things. It's going to basically be whipped cream. The reason being is I don't want to waste a pie. Be cool? Yeah, I'm excited for it. So the artist that created my Plushies Attack shirt, they are the one that is creating the Halloween merch. Yeah. There was an ad for Hot Ones and then an ad for Fancy What? Waste a pie in this economy? See? You know what I'm saying. How much have I played? All of it. Yeah, all of it. All right, we shall continue. On to Sunny Meadows. Oh, God. Oh, I have the tier 3. Ooh. This is going to be useful. Fine with teasing if you want. Is there a certain image that you are okay with me showing? Lovely. Thank you for the bits. Hello. Hi, hey, how are you? I'll ping it. Okay. Yeah, so right there, Izu is the artist, the amazing artist that has created the things. Do I have a headset dent? No, my headset doesn't have a dent in it. No, it's in good shape. Thank you for asking, though. All right. Once Once Izu gets back to me, then we'll move forward. Do I have a favorite zombie game? Ooh, that's a really good question. Do I have a favorite zombie game? I'll tell you, I don't. There hasn't been a zombie game in a long time that has really like knocked my socks off. I used to love. I loved Left 4 Dead 2. I played that a crap ton, a lot. There was one, oh man, there was one where you had to like create a base and hunker down and all that jazz. Minecraft, duh. Dying Light's one of your faves. Nice. Favorite vegetable? Asparagus. 7 Days to Die? You know, I've never played it. I've never played 7 Days to Die. Parabolic photo camera. Okay, we're good to go. It's fun. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. I will have to check it out. Okay. I have a teaser for you. This is concept. This is concept art. So obviously we have a lot that Izu's gonna do, but this is concept art for the merch that I will show you now. Extremely talented. Yeah, Mr. Doc, hello. Hi, Doc. Guys, go follow Mr. Doc. One of the best voices on Twitch. He went to prison with Chiba yesterday. That was funny. There it is. There's the concept that we are going with. So this is the concept art for the Halloween merch that's coming. It is in the works. It is in the works. This is the one that we wanted. This is the concept we wanted to show. It's further than that, but this is the idea of it. Yeah, this is the idea of it. Like I said, I wanted to do a zombie one just because I love zombie movies. Love them. So every Halloween, the idea is going to be to have a different like theme to it. Hopefully. Hopefully. Yeah. So there you have it, friends. There you go. Izu is extraordinarily talented. The Plushies Attack shirt, shit, that was just fan art that I was like, dude, I need this. I need this. So we worked on it. We worked on it. I didn't do shit. I was like, Izu, I would love to have it like this. If we could do maybe like this. And then they did their artistry and their wizardry. Put toe in the tree. What the hell? Oh, chili cheese fry flavored Pringles are absolutely disgusting. Okay, thank you. I love Pringles, so that's good to know. So you told, I barely said anything. I was just, they basically asking me like, hey, what do you think of this? And I'm just like, that's me the whole time. He's like, can you stop sending your thumb? I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm just bored. Yeah. Me working on it. I knew shit. All right. Sunny Meadows. Oh, I love Pringles. Pringles are my favorite chip. Let's get it over with. Roger that. Roger that. Doc, how was the rest of your prison games? Prison games. Current time in my country, 3:30 p.m. 3:30. I guess, you know what? Here, while we're taking stuff to the door, I could probably keep this on. Just keep it light. Yeah, let's do that. This one I'm going to take a little bit more. I'll take both crucies. There we go. That guy there. Yeah, we'll even put the lighter there. That's fine. Janelle, there's so many amazing people here. So many amazing, talented people here from so many different types of art, between drawing, music. I mean, shit, you name it. There's somebody here that probably masters it. Oh wait, I have enough. Is this a small? No, this is the full version, and I'm probably not going to do the smaller version of Sunny because it's the same map. So we'll just do the larger version. We'll do the harder one. Oh, skeet up, bot up. Take you. We'll take you. And what are my objectives? Incense, motion, EMF. Okay. Chai! Thank you for the Twitch, baby. Appreciate you, friend. Hello. Right. We got lots of stuff and things. I'm going to go get a flashlight. A master at luring people into situations, baiting them if you will. You'd be great at Lockdown Protocol. If you guys haven't seen it yet, my latest video is up, which is Lockdown Protocol. Straight to jail. Hey. It is nothing but games of when I was a dissident. Nothing but. The first one was awfully quick. But it was funny. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. All right. So you. We have double smudge. Okay. Pause this. The 90-second round. Yeah, I'm going to post it to short form as well. I just haven't done it yet. And I'm going to post the entire round just because of how short the round was. If you put the book down right now, would the ghost still slap it closed? I mean, it could. Yeah. It would help to place the book on zero. I mean, not really. No, because just because the ghost closes the book with zero evidence, I know what you're trying to say. You're trying to say, oh, well, if it closes the book, you can cancel it. Well, no, what if it's hiding it? So it's possible the ghost can write the book and shut it. But if it's going to do that, it would write in it first. So it just might be hiding it. So putting the book down is not helpful at all. No. All right. I'm going to go single smudge. So that way I have some, maybe I don't want to do that because I actually want to hear where it's coming from. Oh, son of a bitch. It shut the power off. Oh. All right. How dare you? Hunting? Okay. That didn't sound normal. What was that? Where the hell you at? No touch. No touch. Hi, Shrod. How are you? Where the hell's it at? It's got to be all the way at the end of one of these too. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. Son of a bitch. I'm using the tier 3 so we can hear through floors. Good, how are you? I'm good. Ghost keeps shutting off the power like a jerkhole. No idea. Nothing. It's got to be at the end of one of the halls. God damn it. Well, this sucks. But it is what it is, I guess. Question is, which side is it down? Can't I lure the ghost? Wait, lure the ghost? How the hell am I going to do that? What? I don't have a... I don't have a cursed possession. What am I going to do? Like, call it like a cat? Psst, psst, psst. Hey, Carrier, welcome in. What's up, Timmy? Come on, Banshee. That'd be cool. I'm awake. Where's the pie? I said we'd wait until Roxy got here, and then we just wouldn't do it anymore. We decided to wait till the end to save time. Son of a... rather than me do it, and then have to spend time cleaning it up in the middle, we're like, did you just blurp TTS me? Oh my God. It's got to be on the other side. It has to be. We gotta wait for this to end so we can open the door. Such a bop. I mean, Doc's pretty damn talented. He's a pretty talented guy. He does all the things. Now we wait to hear the door shutting sound. Rudy, welcome in. How are you? Really? Did someone just get merch? Ew, did you hear that? Okay, smudged. Is that a Moroi? Pretty sure that's a Moroi. Nah, it would have been faster. What ghost is that speed and then also speeds up with line of sight? It sped up right into my face. Morois are fast. This is true. These are many truths. So, the ghost was fast without anything near it, with nothing near it. You don't think it sped up that much. That's not a matter. It's not a matter of how much it sped up. Did it speed up? That's the question. If it sped up, then goodbye. And just shut the power off again. What a jerk. It definitely sped up. Correct. We literally heard the feet speed up as it got to our face. Right. So it means it can't be this and it can't be this. It was fast without line of sight, but it also sped up. Correct. We did? Yeah. Yeah. Were you listening to the hunt? So no. The only ghosts that could be fast like that without line of sight would be like that. Also, there were no electronics down there and it wouldn't have sensed anything anyway. So Hantu, Mimic, Moroi, and Thay. Now, the ghost sped up with line of sight, meaning it can't be that and it can't be that. So now it's either a Moroi or a Mimic. Could it be a Mimic? Sure, because that was like the first time we actually even heard the damn thing. So possibly, but I think it's a Moroi. Can be twins? Maybe if the fast twin was that fast, and I don't think it is, but I mean, I could be wrong. All right, let's go back in to get the other objectives. Let us go back. Let us go back. Not monkey, hello. Yelly, thank you for the follow. So we need to get EMF. We need to get emotion. Did it turn the power off and back on? Because didn't I hear the water get turned off and then it came on? So that would also cancel your Hantu. Because I thought that it could speed up in the hallway already, but that didn't seem to be the case. No, the Moroi speed is completely based off of sanity. It doesn't matter where it is. Doesn't matter where it is. So we've got motion, we've got EMF. Right. Now I'm not going to have a smudge on me, which would be dangerous. Maybe we just take this shit to the door. Is the fountain based on power? Yeah. You son of a bitch. But couldn't it speed up in the hallway when it saw you, but still was quite a distance away? Yeah, but I was also breaking the line of sight. So by me talking back behind the bookcase, it can't speed up because it doesn't have line of sight. All ding to ding. I'm sorry. For now. Check after the game. Oh, how many times is powered off? Probably like 4 right now. My dog's freaking out. Smudgy, smudgy. Shit, I might just triple smudge. Just in case. We'll double. So we can see a little more. I did the thing. Why is Josie freaking out? Probably the kids causing a ruckus. All right, it's done hunting. Yeah, they're probably being annoying and trying to wrestle each other or something like that. And she's getting pissed off. Rightfully so. How dare you mess with Joe? Can't you go in here? This is the stupidest shit. Mr. Praise, hello. Think I can't see you? You little turd. In a little bit. Okay. Oh, you already said a little bit. Hey, don't grab my arm. Don't grab my arm, little one. What'd you call me? Get out of here. You're sitting here talking about farts. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. You're talking about farts. Get out. Sicko. Yeah, once this is over, yeah. Did you hear it speed up that time? I've got a poltergeist in here. Her name is Izzy. We've got the ghost over here. It's like twins. I've got two ghosts and they each chose a different ghost. Military schedule. Never match streaming schedule. Currently Turkey. Appreciate the content. Oh, Connor, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Well, I'm glad you're able to stop in and say hello and hang out. Izzy's a Polty? Yeah. I would almost guarantee that we're going to get this once the ghost hunts again, because it's been going downstairs a lot. Poor child. What do you mean, poor child? She's the one coming in here causing a ruckus. I'll get her jelly beans at the ready, though. Not exactly sure what a Moroi does. The Moroi speed is based off of your sanity. I'll get a few more. Come on, do your thing. Go downstairs. We know you wanna. Did I hear a door touch? Are you effing kidding me? You deserve a jelly bean too? Listen, I can't give everybody jelly beans. I'm sorry. Oh, fudge. Oh, we're fine. Beans for song? We're starting a campaign. No jelly beans? Song is in control of distributing the jelly beans. Mail him a single one? I should. That'd be pretty funny. What a turd. Hi, Ellen. How are you? Why does it speed up with line of sight? Because the developer decided to make it that way? Why wouldn't it? What's up, Andy? If there's spicy beans you want in, got some on the shelf. We're just waiting for the ghost to stop hunting. Oh. Oh, by the way. Oh, yesterday I made the Big Mac Sloppy Joe. I made it. Finally made it. We were talking about dinners for this week, for this past week, and I told my wife, I said, you know what? I need to do it. I just need the stuff for it, man. I don't know. I was just confused. It's fast, but gets even faster. Right. Because certain ghosts speed up with line of sight. And that's one of them. So it's fast, and then it gets faster because it speeds up with line of sight. I'm not exactly sure how else to explain it other than that. The developers have made it so that certain ghosts speed up a line of sight, and that is one of them. I don't know why that would make sense with the sanity thing, because it gets even faster. I don't understand how it doesn't make sense for you. The Moroi, its main speed without line of sight is based off of sanity. And then when it sees you, it gets faster. Line of sight speed up. Like the other ghosts, except that the starting speed is faster. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how else to explain that. But Moroi, there we go. Like when you're playing tag and you want to get the person, so you go faster. I guess that's one way of looking at it, sure. Sure.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
That'll McFly. Sounds like Sims. It's fast. Just say that. Yeah. Basically, yeah. Alpaca's got it. It's fast. It go faster. 5,600. Is it pie time? No, I don't think so yet, because we're not done yet. Basically, when we're done, then it's pie time. Yeah. Gotta go fast. That's right. Man, we did not get very far. The whole idea of today was to play no evidence, no sanity on all the maps, but when the ghost is being an absolute jerkhole, it takes some time. And not to mention we're doing all, I think it's probably because we're doing all the big maps first. I think that's probably why. So this might have to be a 2-stream kind of thing. We could, I could continue doing this after the weekly tomorrow. We're still going. I'm not ending or anything, but I could continue doing this after the weekly. It would give us an objective. I like it. Prison's your favorite? I like prison. I just like it with more than one person. That's all. Like when you're chasing a dog and it grabs something naughty, you run faster. That's right. Yeah, I think we do that. I think we do that. So prison is next. Up. No, it's to be solo song. Surprised it's almost 4. Yeah, I know, but listen. Kids are occupied. I have her beans ready to go, by the way. Wife is away at a concert. What's up, Yolanda? Yeah. Mr. Silver, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Imagine playing the solo. Yeah. All right, next. Imagine, dude.
All right, we're here.
Playing a lot more Woodwind, no sanity, no Evans lately.
We're starting the investigation.
Made you play a lot more. Well, I'm glad you like it. I think that was, I got tired of it. No, don't apologize for your username. You're fine. What's up, D? Need to change it? You're fine. All is well. We'll do a check here. Because if I see orbs, game on. I have a feeling we're going to get a bunch of wraiths today, though, because, well, Phasmo has this thing where for some reason you get the same ghost all the time. And I don't know why. But today it seems like it's been a wraith. So we're going to see. Okay, let's get stuff to the door. Oh yeah, here, we'll keep that going while we do that. Keep the nice, chill vibes. All right, let's get you. We're going to need both of these probably at some point. Give me you. Running 10 times on Ridgeview. Nice. There you go. Started playing Phasmophobia on level 57. I think I'm not that good. Like, I'm trying to learn, but I'm doing some mistakes. Well, what mistakes are you making? Or what mistakes do you think you're making? Because it's one thing to make mistakes. It's another thing to learn from them. Who's going to pie me in the face? I don't know. They're all probably going to want to do it. So that's a tough question to answer. It's a tough question to answer. You know what? We're bringing 2 things of salt. I got a feeling. Not guessing mayor. Is that reverse psychology, Siraj? I feel like I get back-to-back ghosts recently. Seriously. How many kids do I have? 3. No. Don't lie to me, Siraj. Multiple pies to each get one? Listen. Like a pie smashing assembly line. No, you don't get a pie per stream. No, that's not how that works. No. The pi was because of this. Pi Two-Face. It does not say pies Two-Face. That is not how that works. There's one. The next thing is the nasty soda. That is the closest thing to nasty that we're going to get next. So yeah. And then other than that, doing a larger, much larger merch giveaway. And then if we just so happen to hit that last one, or no, sorry, the next one in line, chat gets to choose my Halloween costume that I have to walk around with my family with. Hey, Tyler. What's up, dude? Good to see you. Flash being nasty. Favorite ghost mimic. All right, get all our smudgies at the door. It's the only way that's fair. I don't think that's right. A taco can. Listen, the world is your oyster. The world is your oyster. Do you at least get to choose? It's going to basically just be a big thing of whipped cream. Izzy. Isabella. She was sneaking and ran away. Izzy! She ran away. If she comes back, I have she wanted beans. I've got beans for her, but she ran off. Fine, no beans. She crop dusted me, that little mother. What's up, Bella? All right, so EMF, crucifix, incense. So I think we have most of what we need there, which should be okay. If it just so happens to be a Wraith, well, then yeah. Generic way. Yeah, well, I was saying earlier, I don't want to waste an actual pie. I don't want to do that. Okay, smudge, Cruci, smudge. We're going to go over here and camp this room, I think. Okay. Chip Daddy, hello. Hey, bud. How you doing? Good. Good to see you. Okay. Hey, I was trying to tell your sister that those were there. She was a weenie and she ran off. Easy, dude. Easy, brother. See you, Charlene. He a tall boy? He is. He's a string bean. He's a string bean. He does so many activities and sports and stuff. Upstairs. Shit. Did I not bring a flashlight? F. Oh my god. Twins, no, it's normal speed. Absolutely normal speed. Oh, you fuck. Well, we cut the power. Who needs lights? How'd the audition go? He got it. Yeah, he got it. Yeah, so he'll get to actually play Gaston. It's really funny. I'll show you when Izzy comes back. She does a walk that she says he needs to do. So she's trying to teach him what to do. She's so funny. Yep, little Mr. Gaston. I told him the face he needs to make is basically that like Giga Chad filter. Okay, spicy. Oh, I was gonna say that's an event. Go full Giga Chad. Yes, 12-year-old. Full Giga. Hi, James. Okay, I need to go get a flashlight. So, it's not a wraith. I don't necessarily feel like it's stalking us. It's in that room right off of the entrance. So what I really need is flashlights. We need to be able to see because I'm not going back. I'm not going back to find the power. Nah, F that. The only problem with that is that if it's a djinn, then I'm screwed. Well, no, it won't be a djinn. It turned off the power. Okay. Let's go get one more flashlight. We got them. Might as well use them. Jeeps. Did you have fun going to prison with Doc? Did you have a blasty blast? Oh, I just need to cleanse it and we have the objectives, but then it's just finding out what the ghosty is. What's up, KO? If it turns off the power, it's not a djinn. The ghost can turn off the lights, like the light switch, but if it turns off the power, then it's not a djinn. Yeah. Going to prison was a blast. Escaping was even better. Hey, let's go. Did you guys actually are able to escape, which is great. Do I want anything else? I mean, I could use this to check and see if we have herbs. I don't think we do. Like, it seems like the same ghost. I assume. Too loud for Myling? Yeah, probably. It's a very, very normal ghost from what we can tell. Okay, bring another one of these for kicks. Ghost here is an inmate? We don't know that for sure. What if they were a visitor and they just had bad luck? Know what I mean? Stop. Okay, probably not an Onryo. Good to know. Okay. Conjugal visit. a mimic? That speed doesn't make sense. Oh, you sneaky devil. Crap! I don't know where it is. It's over there. Yeah, we got it. Let's go. I just wanted to see if I could get it so we don't have to wait through another hunt. Frickin' mimic. Frickin' mimic. We actually have one. I was like, we have a normal ghost at first, and then all of a sudden we have a constantly fast ghost. And that didn't make any sense. Frickin' mimic. Wow, dude. Wow. Wow. Okay, cleanse yourself, nerd. Well, it was possible to think it was a Raiju and it was speeding up with electronics. However, A, it was near electronics on the first hunt, it didn't speed up. B, it was fast upstairs. And there was no we never went upstairs. So. Nice. Mimic. Thank God that was there and not at a cell block. Oh my God. If that had been in a cell block, the hunt would take 15 years. Nice. Well, those 4 are down. 5, I mean, sorry. So these, which size-wise, we've gotten rid of all of the harder maps because they're larger, except for Maple. Except for Maple. Yeah. Lashed Odin, thank you for the 11 months. Hello. What do you think the best badge you get from prestiging? I don't know. I haven't gotten all the badges yet, so it's hard to say. Wasn't too bad for prison? No. Having Ghosty right there by the front, I'm not complaining at all. No shot. The question is, do I want to do another one? And then possibly do the old switcheroo? That's the question. Mama Lee's, hello. Switcheroo as in like pie time. Maple's Finn's favorite, although I still don't get why. We have people that high school's their favorite. It doesn't make any sense. Can you get badges in different ways? Yeah, you can do the Easter egg on Point Hope and get a badge. It'll take you like 10 minutes. It'll take you like 10 minutes. Maple's pretty. It's a good map. It is a really good map. It's just another one of those ones where I don't want to play it all the time. That's all. Ridgeview is the best. Hey, I love Ridgeview. That's also a great map. We already did Sunny Meadows. I've got the Point Hope one, but how can you get the others? There are no other Easter egg badges. What do you mean? I'm many much confused. More fear! More fear. Thank you for the prime. Hello. Yeah, we'll go to Maple next. Oh, Mr. Tom. Oh, if it's not the birthday bean himself. I believe Tom was having a celebratory birthday stream today. Correct me if I'm wrong. Guys, this lovely, lovely, lovely bean, Mr. Tom. Mr. Tommy Tom, please make sure that you guys are sharing him showing him some love and also wishing him a happy frackin' birthday. Right, at which it was a fundraiser. He's been doing the fundraiser for a few streams now, and he's kicking ace. So much ace. I love it. I love it. Tommy Tom, love you, friend. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. How was the stream? Jesus Christ. Simus, thank you for the bits. That scared me. Celebrating with COVID. Oh, Tom, no. The community got me through it. We raised 5K. That's insane, Tom. That is freaking awesome. What an amazing freaking community. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry you have COVID, man. Did like Dahlia send it to you via mail? Is that what happened? Guys, thank you for the follows, by the way. Jesus Christ. River, Natalie, Erk, Crazy Gamer, Maureen, Rye, hello. Random Muffin, hello. Valak, hello. Oh, that is what happened. How dare her? She sent you like a little envelope. And you open it up and it says you got it. Like, mother. Thanks for Prime. Hey, Prime subs. Hey, we're not complaining. Spicy Pam, thank you for the gifted to Connolly. You got one too? No. No, I did not get an envelope. Oh, Neon, hello, friend. How are you feeling? Well, Tom, I hope that you get some rest, man. I know that it's different for everybody. I know that it hits everyone differently, but I hope that it doesn't hit you too hard and that you can get some rest. Because, yeah, it's not a good time for anybody. Oh, Gamer, thank you for gifting us up to Tommy Tom. To get the Lighthouse ID card, do you need a difficulty higher than 0? No, you can. The Lighthouse, the ID card that is for Ferryman of the Drowned, this one you can get on any difficulty. This one, technically, you can get on any difficulty. You just have this one, you have to complete Point Hope 50 times and get the Ghost Ride and live. So 50 times. So you can just eventually over time get this one. This one you can get right now in like 10 to 15 minutes if you watch like a strategy on it. So yeah. How do you get them? This one is with the Easter egg. I have a video on my YouTube channel for this one. This one you just have to complete Point Hope 50 times. It's just overtime. A matter of time. Yeah. I love this one. This is possibly my favorite badge. And anyone can get it. And then there's the Apocalypse badges, which are supposed to be animated, but are not yet. Lord knows when that's going to happen. And then this is, if Tommy Tom has this one too. If you're a Kinetic partner, you get that one. Civilized Possum, thank you for the biddies. Hello. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming over with Tom. Hope you guys had a blast. Thank you for not only being kick-ass in his community and helping raise money for charity, but also helping him just get through what can be a tough day when you feel like ass. To just keep it simple. Did you say earlier we get to choose your Halloween costume if we got to a certain goal? That is correct. It's some distance away though. So I think it would be a tough one to achieve, but it is there. And we have another stream after this one. Dom, hello, how are you? Yeah, so this September, I had something similar to Tom as well, where I had goals for the month. And the kids are going to pie me in the face by the end of the day, because we've reached that. And next would be a nasty soda. And then we have merch, but then the chat would get to choose my costume that I would have to wear and walk around with my family with while they trick or treat. And I would have to have photos and videos as actual proof if that just so happened to be. Hyper, did you just give 69 subs? I'm sorry. Did I see that correctly? Wow. Jesus Christ. Bruh. Wow. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Hi, Gaga. Hello, friend. How are you? Holy shit. Oh, and we have to do a soda? Oh, great. Well, Twitch just had to go and ruin it. Sons of bitches. Oh my God, that's so funny. That was enough to make Twitch set off that alert. Holy shit. You find it funny that the soda was higher on the goal than the hot ones. Well, we've done the sodas before and we've done the hot ones. The sodas are quite possibly worse. Yes, was it super hot to do the hot ones? Absolutely. The sodas are fucking an abomination. Yeah. I'm gonna take a nap. I hope you have a good one, friend. Holy shit. Nasty soda. Delish. So, all right. Well, we hit that one. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'll update. I'm not gonna update it right now because that'll just be time that we have to spend doing it. So Twitch is listed as the number 4 sub gifter. Go, let's go, Twitch. Do a soda a level, you can eat a butt. Maybe even an entire one. Do I have it on a quick queue right now? Fuck, I do. There's no point in wasting time. I'm not going to waste time. We might as well just do it. You see what you did, Tom? Maureen, thank you for the biddies. I appreciate you. Oh no! Listen, if we hit that the Halloween goal, a chat will open, a channel will open up in Discord, and suggestions will happen, and then I'll probably let the mods choose what they want me to dress as. Listen, listen, Princess Bones, thank you for the tier 1. Hello, Pickle. Listen, listen. Just because that's what you want Tom to dress as, just because the you mean Pickle Soda? Okay, sorry, I thought you meant the costume. What's up, bud? Play what? Not right now. How about in a little bit? Cool. Cool. Yeah. All right. Hey, GT. Hello. How are you? Katie, thank you for the 11 months. Murphy, thank you for the... Don't you dare wish that upon us. Another child. It was the tall child. Yes. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and spin this because life... Oh, hey, how are you? I think I have all of these. There might be 1 or 2 not there. We're about to find out. No, it's definitely not a good one. I mean, none of them are good, to be fair. They're all kind of shit, but PB&J would have been better than that. All right. Well, that's fine. Whatever. Enchilada. Sounds yuck. It doesn't matter what it is. It might sound good. It's not good. They all suck. Every one of them suck. PB&J, that sounds not bad for a drink. No, it's awful. It's awful. Corn doesn't sound bad. Awful. Disgusting. Disgusting. Chicken, beef, or cheese? I think it depends on what you're talking about. Okay. Where is it? There it is. Looks like beef. Where do you get those? From Amazon? Because some sick bastard made them and we decided that we were stupid enough to do it. Are you gonna ice it? It's in the fridge. It was in the fridge. It was in the fridge already. Yeah, it was already in the fridge. It's a no for me, dog. Yeah, it's kind of a no for me too, but unfortunately, here we are. Gotta do them warm. Godspeed. Thank you. Enchilada. Oh. Are we done with Faz? No, I'm probably going to do maple. Oh, this ain't Fanta. Oh, this ain't no Fanta. Oh, hell no. Cheers. Thank you. Don't chug, savor it. You Oh, it has like a partial beef flavor to it. Oh my God. Oh, I'm gonna wash it down with coffee. This is gonna be fucking gross. Oh, that made my eyes water. Needs a little more garlic. Oh. Ugh. It's like beef water. And coffee. I'm hoping the coffee will drown out the taste. Oh. Ugh. You poor soul. No, I do this to myself. Thank you for the follows. Welcome in. You want to see me cook? No, it's not a cooking stream. We're playing Phasmo. Yeah. Where are we at for the goal? For the list? We're here. So next, next would be a massive merch giveaway. The burps are not going to feel good. No, they're not going to feel good at all. Nope. Nope. Oh. Neon, thank you for the bits. All right. So anyway, back to where we were before madness happened. No evidence, no sanity. My goal was to try and do all the maps. There's no shot we're doing it all today. So I'm going to, we were just seeing how far we could get today. And then I was going to do it tomorrow after the weekly to continue it. So no sanity, no evidence for every map. We have done up to prison. We were fooled on Point Hope. It's the only one I've gotten wrong. So Point Hope, I had a ghost at the top of the lighthouse for 40 minutes that never changed rooms. It was a shade. It never changed rooms. It was a shade. Absolutely bamboozled. Cassie, thank you for the bits. Oh, okay. So on to Maple.
We've arrived. Check the equipment.
I feel weird.
Set up before investigating.
Yeah, 40 minutes. Yeah, 40 minutes. It never changed rooms. Not a single time. Not a single time. What's my favorite Sunny Meadows wing? I'd say probably hospital wing because it has the morgue. Even though the restricted does have the goo room. Restricted does have the goo room, which I'm a big fan of. I thought you guys shade on Point Hope because it didn't hunt with you in the room. I thought that it was just tricking us where like it was because the upstairs, the top, the balcony and the inside are two different rooms. And all it has to do is take one step over and it can hunt right next to me, but be in a different room. So I was thinking shade, but the fact that it never changed, I was like, that's got to be a Goryo. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Ty, thank you for the 6 months. 6 months in advance. Wait, what? Oh, you did, Ty. I don't know why I read differently on my screen. Thank you, friend. Holy shit. 6 months. Are you crazy? gonna be here for 6 months? You wild? Nasty soda tier list. Ugh. Just all of them. Just at the bottom. Every single one of them. Oh, gross. All right. Let's start getting stuff to the front gate. I'm gonna open the gate as well, so hopefully we get an idea of where Ghosty is. Here, we'll keep this going. Top 5 soda. Put the EMF in there so that way we know if it's trying to stalk us. There we go. Now we can see our equipment. Oh, my stomach feels weird. Okay. Bring you. Ghost is somewhere in there? Roger that. Crescent Moon, thank you for the 5 months. Hello. Hey, how are ya? You did just chug 12 ounces. I mean, yeah. I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark. Some whipped cream will help? Shit, I kind of forgot about that. Yeah, it's probably going to be after this map, honestly. It's probably going to be after this one. I have a sheet under me, so hopefully that'll catch some of it. Son of a bitch. All right. We need motion sensor, EMF, and escape. So motion sensor. Let's grab another smudge. I'm not exactly sure where I'm going to hide. I don't know. How is everything? Everything's good. How are you? Motion. Motion. Got our smudgies. We're not hearing it right now. Okay. As for hiding, I mean, I guess I could go to the right. It's probably going to be the way to go. Although running with a crucifix is probably the smart option. You know what? Let's do it like this. Yeah. Let's go. You piece of shit. It's upstairs in the cabin. Ah, power's right there. Okay. Excuse me. Brother, ew. Bye, Curly. Seems pretty normal, right? Seems pretty normy. Who's there? What an idiot. All right. Very, very normal. Except it cuts off the power like a jerk. Didn't give you anything to spend it on? Yeah, I just don't know what to add, man. Okay. That's not going to give me any more information. So now we need stuff. What do we need here? Can I not even grab it? Let me get the flashlight, dude. Motion and EMF. Okay. F it. We'll just take these with us. Is that the goes to your stomach? I hope it's not my stomach. Sounds like he had enchiladas too. He's cheating. I'm gonna die. He's playing with his food and I don't like it. I don't like it. He's probably gonna eat the crucifix, which is okay. How the heck do you know where it is? Sound. Sound. God damn it. Got all the objectives. We just need to figure out what it is. Oh. Oh, he's pissed I drank his enchilada soda. Ew. Brother, ew. It definitely has not teleported. Not a single time. Okay, it's done. Oh, the old butthead ghost. That's right. Alyssa, thank you. John, no, you can't. Ghosty wants a bite of pie. What I might do... Okay, I think what I actually need to do... Let me get firelights. So now we have to start really narrowing down what the ghost could possibly be. Which is unfortunate. What's up, Shadow? Crowstar, hello. Yeah, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Maybe. Still no hunting. Get a smudge. Get a smudge. Ah, we'll take one. It's not hunting. Not yet, anyway. The way we can really know is probably by doing this and hearing the gate shut. Alyssa, thank you, friend. Why is it not hunting now? There you go. All right, still in the cabin, which is kind of good. Imagine you can't hear the the gate with the paramic. Oh, you mean like how you can't hear the EMF? You mean something kind of like that? Tangled at this? Nope. I'm kind of going in the line of the maps. Okay. So you're definitely going to end by that time, so we're good. The map is next. Next in line would be Camp Woodwind. The ghosty does have indigestion. It's very kind of you guys to think of him. Got a smudge here. Smudge here. It's not hunting yet, which is good. Never mind, it's hunting. Wonder if it's coming from upstairs in the cabin. some Pepto. Probably drank one of the nasty sodas. Poor guy. Poor guy. Means you are here. This could be bad. It's hunting. Okay, it's upstairs. Maybe what I need to do is get the other crucifix, just in case. Maps out left. Many. Many. We did all the large maps first. My daughter's gonna come marching down those stairs. She's gonna say, "Are we doing the pie yet?" I told her twice soon, and it really wasn't soon. Maybe a big fat liar. Why putting a candle in it? Because I want to test for an Onryo. Poor Izzy. Poor Iz. Wait a minute. Oh, do I have the other crucifix in there? Son of a bitch. What'd I do with it? What ghost do I think it is currently? I have no idea, man. Did it just shut the power off and turn it back on? I have another smudge here, too. Oh. By the gate, yeah, thank you. How's the Onryo test work exactly? Well, there's a couple different ways of doing it. It just depends on where you are in your hunt. So if it's really early in the hunt, one way to test for an Onryo is to try and see if you can get it to use its ability, which you can force. If the ghost blows out 3 firelights and there's no other firelights present on the map, if it blows out 3, it will hunt within like 6 or 7 seconds of blowing out the 3rd. To test for an Onryo after your sanity has been tanked or lower and you're not sure, what you can do is you can have a firelight next to a crucifix next to the ghost. The Onryo will prioritize the firelight over the crucifix. I know it's going to hunt again, and that's okay. Hunting. It's right there. We got a smudge off this time, so now we have time. Now we have time. Thank you, Timmy. At first I thought maybe Pulte because there's crap all over the place, but I don't think so. I don't think so. Look at this. What the fuck? back what happened. Ghost is being a weenie. Dude, holy shit. Maybe it is and it just was unlucky. Holy fuck. Stuff is everywhere. Hi. Holy shit. Was that fast? Is this a demon? Dude, this is so fast. This has to be a demon, right? Now it's dangerous. Well, a demon can hunt after 20 seconds. We might have to smudge test one more time. Yeah. Useless. Don't need that right now. The dangerous part about the crucibite right now is that if it decided to hunt away from the other crucifix. It felt like 90 had passed already. I felt like barely 60 had passed. That's what it felt like. We do have another smudge though, so I can smudge test one more time. Bushes. Timer's ready. Thank you, Song. I actually have some on my stream deck now. They don't make noises or anything. It's just a visual that I can look at. I have a 25, a 60, a 90, and a 180. I know, doing stuff and things. I did it when I cleaned up my desk. And I was cleaning up my stream decks a little bit. I need to fix them a little bit more, but it's fine for now. Why is it not hunting? We would know if it ate the crucifix because that light would go out. It has not. It has not. Via, thank you for the follow. Welcome. You don't like me? Damn, dude. Dread. Just hunt, damn it. Dread, I was laughing so hard going back and watching the lockdown games. I was just laughing so hard. Dread is the thumbnail, by the way. Didn't tell her anything about it, just did it. What's the ghost's name? Jack Young. Jack Young. Attorney at law. Maybe it's shy. Well, I mean, the ironic part is that if it's a demon, why is it being so shy? Like Jack Old, nerd. Okay. Are you stuck, Step Ghost? What are you doing? Hey. Hey. Are you okay? Got it. All right. I'm going to be a little late on my 60 count, but we'll be close enough. Way to set the tone. Yeah, let's go. Set the tone. What's up, Glay? That became. Oh, I have another one. Oh my Lance, that's my birthday. During lockdown, I was like, why did we start saying that? And I realized why. It was because early on, Glay was talking about how anytime he's in a game with Papa, the first thing that he does is he just pops him immediately. And I responded, was like, yeah, dude, you got to set the tone. Set the tone, show him what's up. As soon as you see him, pow. So then from that moment on, we started telling everyone to set the tone. Maintain low tones. It's so funny. 60 is almost up. Well, it probably is going to be up here in like 2 or 3 seconds. Okay. Interesting. Maybe it is a 90. Well, then I'm back to Confuzzled Town. If you're a lazy demon, I swear to God. I'm watching another. That had to be less than 90, dude. I set a 25 second and it went off before that. That's a demon, right? That was shy of 90. Sweet. Oh, what a turd. 73. Thank you guys for they were looking at the time. I appreciate it. Thank you. It's extremely helpful. I have another one? What the? I only used 2 smudges? What a wimpy demon. Agreed. Dude, I just throw crap on the floor and I don't remember what's there. What are you doing? Actually, I was going to say once this game was over, which it basically is. And then we'll do the thing. Okay. Isn't it great finding smudges you thought that you already used? Gabby, thank you, friend. Jack Young. More like Jack. Stupid. All right. Yep, demon, let's get out. Got him. The children are gleeful? Yeah, because they know what's coming.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Yeah. We thought that was quick. We thought so. Look at that though. So the settings, this is my 10-12 multiplier that we've been using for all of this. So that's why I've been getting more money for these. Yeah. Hello, children. Hey, what is this? They're all 3 standing there with their own. Listen. All right, so we're going to continue these maps. We're going to continue it tomorrow after the weekly. So after I'm done the weekly, we will continue forward and hopefully finish it out. We only got 1 wrong. So, point hope, which was not bad. Some good old pie. Yeah. All right. So, you're going to have to... Listen. First of all, here, give me these. Second of all, you guys are going to have to give me a minute because I need to put, like, a towel or something on my chair so that way my chair doesn't get smashed. So, give me a minute or 2 and then I'll be ready. Word. Okay. The children are ready? Yeah, I know. Luckily, we have some waterproof blankets. Waterproof blankets via Joe, because we at times when we leave her by herself for a while, didn't want her peeing on the couch. And for me, I've got a towel. If the children miss, oh dude, if they miss, they're absolutely drinking a soda. Although they would do it. You know, Alex did some of the hot ones the other day. He got to like number 5 or 6 and he was like, yeah, I'm good. He's like, I'm done. I can't do it again. I said, listen, no one's forcing you to. He wanted to do it. I was like, no one's making you. It's going to be hot. It's going to be hot. How's my day going? It's good for the most part. Oh yeah, the Gaston walk. Oh yeah, I gotta ask her. Oh yeah. I totally forgot. Remind me when she walks back in. Remind me when she walks back in. Of course they're eager. You're gonna take, yeah, I'll take my glasses off. I'll leave the hat on. Per the style. I'll always leave the hat on. It's just what we do. Oh, all right, I turn this fan off. But yeah, I'm gonna make, all three of them are gonna do it. I mean, might as well. If I only let one of them do it, then they're gonna yell at me. And I'm sensitive. I don't like getting yelled at. Oh, I'll go full. They're gonna knock the hat off. No, it'd be fine. Hat is washable. Headphones are not. Also, old hat. Old hat. Oh, the can is so cold. The can is so cold. They're not very like shallow. I mean, they're like super shallow tins too. I'm just trying to make sure that all three of these have somewhat equal proportions. Shallow what? Tin. The pie tin. The pie tin. Thank you, Alyssa. Appreciate you, friend. You know what's funny? I went to Walmart to get this earlier, and I walked out with it in my pocket because I got dog stuff too for Joe, and I forgot to pay. I was like, oh shit, I didn't even realize it until I got to my car. So I got to the car, and I was like, I realized it was in my pocket. I said, you know what? I went back in and paid for it. I was like, karma's gonna freaking get me, man. I'm not about to do that. They were so shocked. They were so shocked when I brought it back. They're like, oh my God, that's so nice. I was like, dude, I'm not letting karma hit me for a thing of freaking whipped cream. No shot. Did somebody just get something off a throne? Hi, Frank. Automod F off. All right. This is probably substantial. This is probably enough. Yeah, I didn't want karma to get me in the ass, so I went back and I paid for it. So yeah. Okay. We have, I need to get them. I need to get them. What happened to my scenes? Why are my scenes messed up? What happened? All right, I've got to figure it out. Something's going on with my scenes. All right, so I've got 3 pie tins full of whipped cream. I'll probably try to get more on it if I can. Song did get locked down. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Oh, the glasses are going to come off. Yeah. For sure. For sure. Okay, I have paper towels. Maybe put a towel over the shelves. We don't want to ruin toe. Listen, if they smack me hard enough to make it go that way, then they're going to have problems later. What? Huh? I know. Oh, don't. Okay. Come in, children.
My desk.
Okay. I'm going to hit you with this one.
No! Alright, go ahead. Do it to me. Do one to me.
I'm not going to smack. Look, he's the one who will eat dog food.
Do it to me.
Hey, do it to
No.
me.
No, get out. No, get out as in, I'm not, no shot.
Can I go
Okay.
first?
You can go first. You hold this. All right, I don't know how well
I
this
can
is
take
going to...
your hat off and
No,
your
I'm
glasses.
gonna take the glasses off. We're gonna try to keep the hat
I
on
want
here
to
to
do
pie
it.
me.
I'll do it with my own. Hey,
Let's
She's-
like lift the hat a
Oh,
little.
Iz. Oh wait, before that, hold on. Watch out, back up. Iz,
Lift the
I
hat
need
a
you to do me a
little bit.
favor. Can you show us the Gaston walk?
Oh,
Show us how Lana's gonna walk as Gaston. Walk that way.
Hang on.
Yeah, start over there and come this way.
Can I do it to
Hold on.
Careful, careful, careful.
I'll pie myself.
No, don't pie yourself. It's gonna make a mess. This is gonna make a mess. We'll get whipped cream and pie you later. Hey,
Yay!
that's not for eating. All right, hold on.
Don't pie me. Don't pie me.
Don't pie you. I'm gonna put this like this. I'm not gonna pie you. Would you
You
like
have to take
this?
off your glasses.
Huh?
I'm gonna take off
I'm gonna take off my glasses.
your glasses. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna go in order.
We'll go in age order. Okay.
We're gonna do.
Okay. Hold on. So let me see the. Okay. So look. See this right here? Okay. It smells good.
Good. Good. Okay, so that's
Guys,
Okay.
it smells like ice cream.
Well, yeah. You can get. I mean, don't lick it and then put it in my face.
Pie. I hear that.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. Push.
Why don't we take the hat off?
Because.
Oh!
Nice.
Oh! Can I have the rest?
Yeah.
Yay!
Let the hat a little.
Okay. Yep. It's in my eyebrow. Did you say get cooked? I hate you. Okay. Not too hard because I don't want it to go flying that direction. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah,
You-
he does look so good. He does
Thank
look
you.
so good. We can have the rest.
You can take it upstairs.
Have it.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Love you. I'm trying to wipe off my face so I can put my glasses back on because I can't see. Aren't kids great? Feel like it's inside my eyes. That's what she. Okay. Okay. I can't see. Yep. We're okay. We're good. Hi, Z. It's so sticky. A little bit on the shirt. Did I have it on the shirt? Not really. No. You mean this? That's part of the design. My shirt? Is it over here? No, on the yellow. Oh, there's a little bit there. Just a little bit. It's fine. It's fine. That was pretty contained. I'm shocked. We want Mrs. Pie. We want Mrs. Flash to pie you. No, that's another thing. Rocco. Yeah. I wore this purposefully because of the pie today. Oh, there's Mrs. Flash. Yeah, Mrs. Flash is at a music festival pretending to be cool, sitting on Twitch watching her husband. Hi, honey. How's the festival? Must be really good. Turning the hat around would have been better. Yeah, but it's part of the shtick to always have the hat no matter what like this. Yeah. Look, it was pretty contained. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. And now, between act nerds. Oh, sorry. They're upstairs now eating it. Oh, thank you for all the clips. Oh, I appreciate it so much. Yeah, now they're upstairs eating whipped cream. That was on my face, by the way. You always wear the hat? I do. I do. Shower, sleeping. Yeah. Ugh. Ugh. Except that one time. Oh, yeah, there was that one time. Hi, Pav. Acne pie? Actually, I don't get acne. I don't ever get acne. I don't know. I guess that's the one thing I lucked out on. Spicy Pam, thank you for gifting Mrs. Flash a sub. Yes, everyone say hi, Mrs. Flash. She's chilling, hanging out with a friendo. I'm sure that the downtime between acts is probably pretty damn long because for some reason it takes 15 hours to set up another act. The hat is actually a growth. Yeah, kind of. Yeah. So So yeah, here we are. That was the pie to the face, and we also did the nasty soda as well. So next up would be a big merch giveaway, followed by chat getting to choose the costume I have to wear for Halloween while I walk around with my children and my wife. Yeah. I wish the kids would have hit you harder. I think the kids realize that we feed them and that we provide a pretty decent life for them. And that if they would have... So... Pizza Friday would turn into Kale Friday real quick. That's all I got to say about that. They're kids, let it slide. Okay. How many kids do you have? How often do you let it slide? No pizza for you. Would turn into Gaston. On the way. Well, let me give you some advice. Let me give you some real good, solid advice. Don't. Double alerts. Tico, was it for the throne thing? I heard throne go off. Z, oh, the soda was so bad. Stop it. It's Logitech with the DPI thing again. I'm sorry. It was for that follow? Wait. Oh, there was a follow with double alerts? Wait. Oh, I see. Okay, the one in the middle of the screen needs to go bye-bye. Where's that coming from? Well, how did that get turned on? Now I see. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know. I think it's that one. Here, let me recreate the alert real fast. Overlay. Go there. Let me do another follow. Killer, not baby. Thank you guys for the follows. I need to move it over a skosh, but beyond that. There we go. Yeah, it got turned on. I don't know how. Out of 10, how bad was it? The soda? Just because I know what some of the ones that are even worse taste like. 10 being the worst, I'd give it like a 6. If Allie told me she raised money and needed to pie me, I'd tell her to go for it and make it good. Next up, kids dump slime on Flash. Oh, shit. We go retro 90s Nickelodeon style. Which was the worst? Ranch. A million times ranch. It is the only soda that I legit like gagged on. Like, it was bad. It's really awful. It's Nickelodeon style. Look, for those that know me over here and up there and here and also down here and over there, 90s Nick is kind of my jam. Ranch is the best. Song, I want you to send me a video of you drinking the ranch soda. Really? Shut in. 2000s for me, but that's when I existed. Fair enough. Yeah, I grew up with 90s Nickelodeon, man. I grew up with it. Stop looking at me that way, Vin. Yeah, agreed. I agree with Mayor. Make it bigger. Stop. Song, if you could please send us one, yeah, of the ranch ice cream and the ranch soda. I think everybody here would love to see that video. What I come into? Nothing. We're just kids pied me in the face. We drank a nasty soda. Had a good stream. We did Phasmo. Tomorrow, I'm going to continue our no evidence, no sanity, all maps after the weekly. Oh. You'll drink ranch? Well, Why'd you get pied? Oh, because we reached a monthly goal on Twitch. Yeah. 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 Oh, I should. Oh, you're absolutely right. And then somebody gifted on Throne. I don't know what it was, but we're about to find out what it was. Okay. It says it's a surprise gift. Nathan, the last time you sent a surprise gift, I now have a goose on my chair. Am I to reveal what this is? Reveal it? Oh, shit. Where's it? Reveal. Oh, how dare you? You don't know what they sent me? It was a surprise Throne gift. So one cool thing about Throne is that you can do surprises. Oh, no. Shut up, DPI. There's a 7th edition. With 2 new flavors. Oh no, is that black licorice? Oh no. Oh, this is just another bean where they both suck. Licorice and burnt rubber. That's the same thing. Top banana or wet dog? What the hell is top banana? What does that mean? It is not bean time. Wet dog. You like black licorice? Oh, I don't. I wish. There's some things I wish maybe I liked, but I'm kind of okay with it. It is not always bean time. Brotator! Hi, friend. Thank you for the 32 months. Hello. Yeah, I don't know what that means, but okay. So, well, for those of you that do Bean Boozled on your stream, well, there's new ones. There's some new ones. Nathan, thank you so much, friend, for the Throne gift for more beans. So I guess we'll have to have a bring beans back for a little bit at some point. Oh yeah, you haven't seen some of these. So these other ones we've known. Tutti Frutti, Berry Blue, like Peach Bar, like we've seen all these before. These are, I've got those in a tin up there, but these are brand new. These are brand new. Can we have a new tattoo goal for next month? I don't know. I haven't decided what the next month's goal is going to be. I don't know. Yeah, I don't like black licorice either. You know what I do like? Big Mac Sloppy Joe. Oh, God, that was so good. All right. Well, I guess I get to expect that in the mail. So thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, wait. Main game. Fuck. Cam no game. There we go. Gonna be needing that Big Mac Sloppy Joe recipe. You know, I will post it into the Discord, the one that I used. I think it's even the first one that showed up when I searched it. Yeah, it's this one. Yep. And it was spot on, dude. You don't like it either? Yeah, I don't like black licorice. No. Ugh. Eek. Eek. All right. I will post inside of the food channel in Discord where I got the recipe from. And it was, again, spot on. Just follow the instructions. Follow the instructions. I can tell you this, it was enough for a family of 5. Just to give you a heads up on portion. It was enough for all 5 of us. Yeah. Mr. Tater, I hope you had a good weekend, friend. So there we go. There we go. I have a bunch of Funkos that I need to get at some point. There's a bunch more 90s Nick Funkos I got to get. Good thing I eat for a family of 5. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. All right. Let me look. Let me shut Faz down. But yeah, let's go find someone to say hi to. Thank you, friends.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Tiki Tax, appreciate all the love. Appreciate you. I'll be back tomorrow. For more fun and games. Mr. Roadie. Wait, a picture of what? Try some of the candy a coworker brought. Ooh, from Sweden. Ooh. But yeah, stick around. We'll go find someone to raid, friends. We'll go find someone to say hi to. Say hi. Thank you, Crow. Appreciate you guys. You guys are nuts. Salt-covered black liquor. Huh. Huh. Appreciate you, Pav. Hope you had a good week, friend. Hope you have a good week coming up. Sounds good. No, it does not. Well, not if you don't like black licorice. That sounds awful. Pretty good. You too? Yeah. Yeah, had a good week. Hopefully this upcoming week will be a good week. Got some filming to do, but it shouldn't be too crazy. I got a lot of editing done last week, so I'm pretty ahead, but we'll see how it goes. The thought of black licorice? Yeah, I don't like it. Thank you, Spawn. I don't like it either. Yeah. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Have I ever had it? Wait, what? Have I ever had what? Got a very important meeting tomorrow, so I'm worried, but otherwise it'll be good. Well, I hope it goes well, dude. I had a scented marker, refused to use it because it was black licorice. Yeah, no thanks. No spank you. Oh, I don't even know what that is, Ladosha. I don't even know what that is. Yeah, I've got to start thinking for next month's goal. Thinking that whatever the goal is, if we reach it, either it's to happen during the end of next month or the following month. That's why I made one of the goals for this month to choose my costume, because I figured that would give us some headway. Tommy Tom, I appreciate you, man. I'm glad that you had a great stream, even though you are get up, get down with the sickness. I hope that you start feeling better, Tom. I really, really do, brother. Wish you the best of luck on New Beans. Thank you. The fact that it's only 2 new flavors is a little disappointing. I kind of was hoping for more, but I guess it is what it is. It's fine. They're still going to be gross anyway you slice it. Even like, it's funny, the 2 new flavors, black licorice, I'm not a fan of. Banana flavored things, not a fan of. So no matter what, it's just a couple more things for me to lose on. I love bananas. I hate banana flavored things. Sounds horrendous. I agreed. Agreed. It looks like blacktop. Disgusting. It is. It is blacktop. What other gross ones can you add? I feel like there's a plethora. There's decent flavors you can put in there. They're like, ooh, this is yummy. Followed by, that's nasty shit. I think so. Armpit sweat. All right, so we're going to raid. Thank you guys for the awesome stream. If you're not already in my Discord and you want to get updates about when I go live, when I post videos, when the schedule changes, if you want to talk to anyone outside of stream, post pics, clips, you name it, it all goes there. And then the rest of my socials are there. Flash's hat juice. I posted my latest shenanigans with friends of Lockdown Protocol. Z, I can't explain him. Yeah, I have no explanation for him. I can't help. Sorry. It just kind of is what it is. All right. If you are... I went down the wrong pipe. If you are not sub, that's for you. If you are sub, that's for you. Creepy little tier 3s, that's for you. We're going to go say hi to a friend. We're going to go say hi to Moon Bunny. Moon Bunny is an absolute homie. Moon Bunny is super cool, doing a mini subathon. Playing on Sunny Meadows as we speak. So... I think it's community today as well. So there's lots happening. Lots happening. But yeah, Moon is awesome. Moon is great peeps. Got to meet Moon IRL, which was super great. But thank you guys for the great stream. As always, we have one more stream for the month. One more stream for the month, and then we're into spooky season. I mean, technically every day is spooky season, but where more of Twitch find it accepting that it's spooky season. So there we are for the monthly. There we are. I'll update the goal. We're on our way to the merch giveaway, and then yeah, we'll see how it goes. But tomorrow I am going to be doing the weekly, followed by the rest of our no evidence, no sanity runs for all the maps. We have made it through the bottom line of maps, and we made it through Maple Lodge. So it's not necessarily like I have to get them all right. We just want to do no sanity, no evidence on all of them. I'm on Camp Woodwind next. Camp Woodwind next. But thank you guys for the great stram. Love you guys. I will see you tomorrow for more fun. Thank you, friends. If you're not following my Midnight Society peeps, follow the check out the Discord, follow the channels.